Chapter 1851. Yi Shiwen was surprised to find that Qin Lai's strength seemed to have made a lot of progress compared to before, but it seemed that he had some kind of magic tool on his body that could conceal his strength, so his aura was completely concealed. Just like before, Yi Shiwen was unable to completely judge his strength and to what extent it had reached, but he faintly felt a sense of danger. Beside Qin Lai, there were a few powerful Profound Life realm experts. Although there were no Profound Life realm experts at the peak Profound Life realm, they were still very terrifying. This was the first time that Yi Shiwen had seen a true master of Wuzong. These masters had an imposing appearance and a strong sense of self-confidence. It was as if they were the masters of the world's most orthodox martial arts. In addition to this camp, there were also some experts from other major forces who had also arrived. Although Yi Shiwen had never seen the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace before, he was very familiar with their auras. It was exactly the same as Wang Chang's aura back then. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was able to recognize them very quickly. There were dozens of experts. Apart from them, there was also a prince standing in the void. Yi Shiwen knew that he was the elder brother of Princess Tianqing. He was also the first prince who was strongly supported by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Apart from him, Yi Shiwen finally saw the person he had been thinking about, Jun Dingtian, who was standing quietly in the first prince's team. If Yi Shiwen hadn't seen him subdue a nightmare beast with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Jun Dingtian could be so powerful. Other than these experts, there were also some powerful auras hidden in the void, and they were hidden very well. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care. Although the inheritance of the Lord of Undead Spirits was very attractive, the divine artifact and treasury of the Lord of Darkness were also very attractive to many people. These major forces are almost on par with each other and are very powerful. Just these experts alone are probably enough to overturn the nation of darkness. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Although he knew that a majority of the Profound Realm experts from various worlds had gathered in the Profound World, he was still shocked when he saw so many Profound Life realm experts appearing here. This kind of strength was probably enough to wipe out a race in the ancient times. Unless the experts from the first-class restricted areas were drawn out, no one would be able to stop them. This also made Yi Shiwen want to find the top experts of the human race. If they could return, the situation of the human race would immediately stabilize and change dramatically. Yi Shiwen, you're here? Yi Shiwen had just arrived and hadn't concealed himself, so he was immediately discovered. The first person to discover him was none other than Qin Lai. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. When Qin Lai saw that Yi Shiwen was safe and sound, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of happiness on his face. He said, "Speaking of which, I'm sorry about the previous matter. I was the one who brought you here and got you involved in the battle between our martial sect and the Divine Union." Speaking till here, Qin Lai also felt a little embarrassed. In any case, he couldn't come forward to protect Yi Shiwen at that time. But it's good to see that you're fine. That's good. Yi Shiwen glanced at the people of the Divine Union and said, "It's nothing. The people of the Divine Union are just some useless people. That old man from the Heavenly Nunnery is just relying on the fact that he has been cultivating longer than me. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be worth mentioning to me." His spirit consciousness scanned the battle fortress in an instant, and he felt a little apprehensive. Just as Princess Tianqing had said, the people of the Divine Union had indeed brought the battle fortress. Yi Shiwen had seen many of these war machines before. The only difference was that they possessed different strengths. This war fortress was clearly extremely powerful. It was likely that even profound death stage experts would be helpless against it. What? Yi Shiwen, how dare you say that the people of the Divine Union are useless? How arrogant of you! The skinny man in the Divine Union couldn't help but reprimand Yi Shiwen as he stood up in the void. He glared at Yi Shiwen coldly and unscrupulously. Although he had heard from Zhanming that Yi Shiwen wasn't as simple as he seemed, he still didn't believe it until he saw it for himself. He even felt a little lucky. Most importantly, they were standing in the battle fortress. Yi Shiwen simply couldn't do anything to them. He might even be killed by them. Aren't they useless? Zhanming is said to be the top expert of the younger generation. What happened in the end? I chased him like a stray dog, and he used despicable means to escape, Yi Shiwen said as he looked at the skinny man coldly. This skinny man had actually recognized Yi Shiwen immediately. It seemed that Zhanming had returned. What? He actually defeated Zhanming? And he chased him like he was a stray dog? How is this possible? Impossible. However, he couldn't possibly be lying. After all, if this matter was exposed, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. I'm afraid he wouldn't have any face in the future. Even so, this is simply unbelievable. Given Zhanming's strength, it can be said that it's really hard to find a match among his peers. Back when he had just entered the Profound Life realm, he had dared to challenge a late-stage Profound Life realm expert. How could such a person actually be defeated? Yeah, I can't believe it either. Yi Shiwen's words were like boiling water that caused the crowd to boil. Originally, everyone had only paid a little attention to this person who seemed to be hiding his strength. Who would have thought that they would actually hear such explosive news? Zhanming had actually been defeated. This was simply unbelievable. Qinlai, in particular, looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen had actually defeated Zhanming. That was an opponent that even he had a headache over. He was so powerful that even Qinlai wasn't completely confident that he could defeat Zhanming. Like many people, his first reaction was that he simply couldn't believe it. However, when he saw Yi Shiwen's expression, he couldn't help but believe it a little. Furthermore, no one from the Divine Union refuted it. Look, no one from the Divine Union refuted it. This must be true. This is too unbelievable. Could Yi Shiwen really be the nemesis of the Divine Union? He has already embarrassed the Divine Union time and time again. This time, he even chased after the genius of the Divine Union, Zhanming, and made him flee like a stray dog. How impressive! The people from the Divine Union wanted to refute Yi Shiwen's words, but there was nothing they could do. After all, this was also the truth. Furthermore, there was no point in refuting this matter. The skinny man looked a little embarrassed. Then he looked at Princess Tianqing and said, Princess Tianqing, you are actually siding with an enemy of the Divine Union. Do you really intend to oppose the Divine Union? If that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Princess Tianqing glanced at the skinny man and said, Don't try to use the Divine Union to pressure me. If you have the ability, defeat him first. Ever since she had chosen to leave with Yi Shiwen, she had already made up her mind. Thus, she wasn't afraid of the Divine Union's threats. How dare a mere princess from an ancient nation be so arrogant? The skinny man shouted coldly as he stretched out his palm. His entire palm was flickering with a flowing light that made people tremble in fear. His monstrous cultivation power instantly grabbed at Princess Tianqing. This was the power of a late-stage Profound Life realm cultivator. However, Yi Shiwen could clearly sense that he had been strengthened by an unknown power that had actually increased his strength by a whole level. Princess Tianqing's expression changed drastically. This skinny man was actually planning to make a move right away. He didn't even want to talk to her anymore. She felt the space around her being confined in an instant, making her feel as though she had nowhere to go. In an instant, she had been forced into a desperate situation. Qinlai, who was beside the skinny man, immediately made a move. His hand transformed into a frightening dragon claw that was suffused with an astonishing radiance and grabbed at the huge hand. Boom! The two huge hands collided with a loud bang in the void. The skinny man's huge hand was immediately crushed by Qinlai's dragon claw. Imperial Dragon Subduing Fist. What a good set of Imperial Dragon Subduing Fist! The skinny man looked at Qinlai and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Back in the day, the martial emperor relied on this set of fist techniques to defeat everyone in the universe. Now, do you want to use this set of fist techniques to exchange pointers with me? The skinny man didn't dare treat Qin Lai, who had been born into a martial sect, the way he had treated Princess Tianqing. He simply didn't care about morality. Let's talk this out. Why do you have to make a move now? Besides, even if you don't want to give face to the monk, you should at least give face to the Buddha. The 13th prince is still here. I'm afraid it won't be good for you to attack his sister. Qin Lai glanced at the 13th prince as he spoke with a mocking expression on his face. The 13th prince looked embarrassed. He couldn't wait for this skinny man to get rid of his ambitious sister. However, even though he thought this way, he couldn't say it out loud. The 13th prince's face turned red. He didn't know whether to say it or not. The skinny man thought to himself that Qin Lai was really scheming. If he didn't care about Qin Lai and attacked directly, the 13th prince would probably have a different idea whether he was willing or not. The skinny man looked at Qin Lai and said, "Qin Lai, do you really want to interfere in our matters?" "So what if I do?" Qin Lai replied, "There's no need to trouble Brother Qin. I alone am more than enough to take care of these useless chickens and dogs." Yi Shiwen's clear voice rang out. Chapter 1852. Yi Shiwen stopped Qin Lai from standing up for him. Then he said coldly, "Do the people of the Divine Union really think that I'm a pushover? Do they think they can deal with me whenever they want? How can I establish myself in the future if that's the case? I really don't know what to do with you." Qin Lai glanced at Yi Shiwen and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Yi Shiwen, this battle fortress isn't easy to deal with." Qin Lai transmitted his voice secretly. "Don't worry, I've already thought about this battle fortress. Although it's powerful, dealing with me is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. What's there to be afraid of?" Yi Shiwen replied nonchalantly, "Where is Zhang Ming? He's the only one worth looking at. You guys are just chickens and dogs. You can't even see the situation clearly, yet you actually want to provoke me. You must be tired of living." Yi Shiwen's complete disregard for them infuriated the disciples of the Divine Union. They had completely forgotten that Zhang Ming had reminded them not to provoke Yi Shiwen. The existence of the battle fortress had given them a lot of confidence. What? How dare he say that we are chickens and dogs? Who does he think he is? A king-ranked powerhouse? How dare he look down on the Divine Union? We would even dare to kill a king-ranked powerhouse. Who does he think he is? What an arrogant tone. This kind of person won't live long. That's right. Kill him and wash away the humiliation he has brought upon us with his blood. Die. At that moment, the skinny man's eyes emitted a boundless divine radiance that splashed out and turned into sharp swords that slashed towards Yi Shiwen. This was a divine consciousness that was directly manifested. It was an extremely brilliant martial technique. This skinny man had an extraordinary background, and the martial techniques he had learned were also very impressive. "It's just a small trick." Yi Shiwen's cold voice was heard. He didn't even make a move. These sharp swords were blocked by a wall of divinity 10 meters in front of him. They simply couldn't hurt him. At this moment, many people at the scene finally realized that the two of them had already exchanged blows in an instant. The initial and mid-profound life stage experts present were unable to clearly see what had happened. Only some of the late profound life stage elders were able to clearly see the movements of the two. However, they were also secretly startled. Their speed was fast to the limit. The speed of their fight is so fast that I can only see their shadows. How can this Yi Shiwen be so powerful? Yes, I've also heard news about Yi Shiwen. Isn't he only at the intermediate stage of the profound life realm? Therefore, he almost died in the hands of the old man of the Tian nunnery. How did he become so powerful in such a short time? He's actually on par with the Divine Union elder. Could he have had a fortuitous encounter? But this is also good. The enmity between the two sides is getting deeper and deeper. In this case, both sides will be on guard against each other even when searching for the treasury. This is a good thing for us. When the crowd saw that the two sides were fighting, they began to discuss spiritedly. It was like boiling water instantly boiling. To these profound life stage experts, this was a rare fight. This was especially so when the fight did not concern them. They were able to calm their hearts and watch the fight. Look, the two of them are fighting again. Someone cried out in alarm. At this moment, the two of them were fighting again. This time, it was the skinny man who took the lead to attack. His figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Shiwen. He launched a frontal assault, blocking everything in an instant. Accompanying this attack was an astonishing energy torrent that exploded from the battle fortress. It instantly covered the entire sky, blocking all the places where Yi Shiwen could dodge. "Damn you, go to hell!" The skinny man let out a loud roar. He directly clawed out a terrifying claw shadow, which directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen's head. With the support of the special formation within the battle fortress, his strength had almost doubled. In an instant, he had broken through Yi Shiwen's golden divinity defense. He's even more familiar with this nether ghost claw technique. Compared to the time when I fought him, he can't even be mentioned in the same breath. With the support of the battle fortress, the members of the Divine Union will become extremely frightening. Yi Shiwen is simply courting death if he wants to fight them near the battle fortress. In the eyes of many people, Yi Shiwen was already doomed. Perhaps not many people would be optimistic about him. However, in reality, the outcome of the fight was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Yi Shiwen didn't even look at it. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and then blasted a punch. There was no strange phenomenon, nor was there any shocking feeling. It was just an ordinary punch, and it directly blasted into the netherworld ghost claw. Clang! There was a violent explosion. Then the claw, which could casually crush metal and stone, was directly broken like a piece of paper. Furthermore, it felt as if a piece of paper had been crushed flat. Boom! Then a loud explosion was heard. The surging energy torrent swept out like a huge tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Ah! The skinny man's complexion turned deathly pale, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that an ordinary punch had crippled his entire hand. Others couldn't see it clearly, but how could he not, as he had personally fought against Yi Shiwen? It seemed as if Yi Shiwen hadn't used any strength. He had only punched out and waited for the skinny man to collide with him. It was as if he had collided with an iron plate. Rather than saying that his hand had been broken by Yi Shiwen, it would be better to say that it had been broken by his own strength. The effect of strength was mutual. The amount of strength used had to be the same amount of strength used. However, ordinary people simply couldn't withstand such strength, let alone retaliate. However, his physical body was able to do it. This was simply a miracle. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? At this moment, he finally understood why Zhanming had told him not to provoke this fella if possible. This fella was much stronger and more frightening than what Zhanming had said. At first, he had thought that Zhanming wouldn't be able to defeat him because Zhanming had only recently entered the profound life realm. Just because Zhanming couldn't do it didn't mean that the skinny man couldn't either. Furthermore, he had the support of the battle fortress. How could there be an opponent he couldn't defeat? More importantly, he had been worried that Yi Shiwen would escape, so he had specially used the battle fortress to seal off all possible escape routes. In the end, Yi Shiwen didn't even try to escape. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. An elder of the Divine Union? That's all there is to it. Can't Zhanming come out? Then I'll beat him until he comes out. The corners of Yi Shiwen's mouth curled into a disdainful smile, as if he was deliberately provoking the Divine Union. Damn it! Don't look down on the Divine Union. You will die by our hands today. Just accept your fate." The skinny man roared, and an endless gloomy aura surged from his body. The aura swept in all directions. This was the aura of a race that Yi Shiwen had never seen before. The skinny man's face turned dark gray in an instant, and fangs started to grow from his upper and lower jaws. He looked extremely terrifying, just like a ferocious ghost from the legends. His complete transformation was completed. His arm, which had been crippled, had actually been completely restored with the support of a frightening power. It was completely reborn. Behind him, a lot of energy poured into the battle fortress, instantly restoring all the essential essence energy that he had consumed during his transformation. This was the truly frightening part of the battle fortress. As long as one was near it, it would seem as if they possessed endless energy. Many taboo techniques that they normally wouldn't dare to use could also be used now. Ha ha ha! I've already transformed. I have an immortal body. You can't do anything to me. He roared and directly turned into smoke that filled the sky. A big hand stretched out from this smoke. It expanded against the wind and swept down like the impact of thousands of troops and horses. It was unstoppable and immediately grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. Immortal body? Apart from a divine body, who would dare claim to have an immortal body? I'd like to see. Yi Shiwen still stood motionless. His expression didn't change. He also grabbed with his hand, which turned into a dragon claw. The golden light was dazzling, just like a real dragon's claw. Great dragon capture technique. This set of techniques that had shaken the world in the past was now displaying a terrifying might in Yi Shiwen's hands. He directly clawed at the enemy's claw. Clang! Both sides fiercely clawed at each other. It was like gold and iron. Bursts of sparks flew in all directions. It looked like fireworks in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. It was like two very strong divine weapons were clashing. Who is this Yi Shiwen? He can even block the nether ghost claw. It's unbelievable. This old guy must have immersed himself in the nether ghost claw for thousands of years. He didn't use it just now. After this transformation, I'm afraid that even experts at the peak of the profound life realm may be scratched. Even I don't dare to touch his peak. How can this guy be evenly matched with him? What kind of martial arts is this? From the short exchange just now, I can see that Yi Shiwen's body is also terrifyingly strong. He doesn't need any special martial arts to be so terrifying. Yi Shiwen, you've really become more and more powerful. Qinlai looked at Yi Shiwen with a dignified expression. There was also a bit of excitement in his eyes. It was as if he had seen a strong opponent, an opponent that he must defeat. Is that all? You dare to claim to have an immortal body with only this level? Yi Shiwen's mocking voice came. Chapter 1853. Is that all? How dare you claim to have an immortal body? Yi Shiwen's mocking voice came. What? In the sky, the skinny man in the black mist couldn't help but be shocked. What did Yi Shiwen mean by that? At the end of the day, your deformed cultivation is nothing more than this. You're just a little more skilled in martial arts. How dare you claim to have an immortal body? If you have an immortal body, doesn't that mean I have an eternal immortal body? Yi Shiwen suddenly felt funny. Compared to his gilded tyrant form, which had almost no flaws, this skinny man was still far from it. While speaking, Yi Shiwen's aura suddenly changed. Like a mountain, he rose from the ground, and a mighty aura swept out. Compared to a moment ago, it was unknown how many times more tyrannical it was. Boundless golden light swept out like waves, sweeping in all directions in waves. And Yi Shiwen stepped on this golden light, almost like lightning, and tore the space apart. In an instant, he had already rushed into the black mist. It's nothing more than this. Break for me. He let out a loud roar, and his hands tore out endless golden light, tearing the black fog clean on the spot. At this time, Everyone finally saw that there was a skinny man with a gray complexion in the black fog. His arms were abnormally swollen, as if it was a racial talent. His arms were very powerful and could tear the sky apart. However, he couldn't gain the upper hand in the battle with Yi Shiwen. Immortal body, see if I don't break your bullshit, immortal body. Yi Shiwen roared. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the golden fist swept towards the skinny man like a wave. Bang! The skinny man couldn't dodge at all, and was directly hit on the spot. His figure directly flew out, like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily on the battle fortress. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and all his clothes were already shattered. At this time he was no longer able to maintain his transformed state, and slowly returned to his human form. His complexion had become even paler, and he looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He was so confident that he could rely on the support and supplies of the battle fortress. He was even confident that he could fight against a peak profound life realm expert. Who would have thought that he would suffer such a huge loss at Yi Shiwen's hands? Impossible! How can he be defeated so easily? Did Yi Shiwen not use his full strength just now? It's simply a miracle. Can a profound life realm expert be so strong? Damn, if everyone is a monster like him, how can we have a chance? We have cultivated for thousands of years and are called old monsters. Compared to us, he is the real monster. Many people were in an uproar when they saw that Yi Shiwen had defeated the skinny man in just one move. They couldn't believe it at all, and felt as if they were dreaming. Kill him! The skinny man shouted towards Yi Shiwen with a sinister look on his face. Boom! 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 Deafening roars were heard, accompanied by endless energy torrents. Then they transformed into many wonderful martial arts on the spot. Fist techniques, leg techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques. Almost everything was included. In an instant, they bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. It was completely different from before. Previously, they hadn't used their full strength because they were afraid of injuring the skinny man. However, things were different now. They seemed to want to kill him right away. What is this? It can actually blast out martial arts in the form of cannons. Yi Shiwen looked at the various martial arts torrents that filled the sky and was immediately shocked. He felt as if his horizons had been broadened. He didn't know what kind of mysteries this battle fortress possessed to be able to reach this level. At this moment, he seemed to understand why these people from the Divine Union were so confident that they could sweep away everything and even dared to provoke him. Just by relying on this battle fortress, they had the ability to gain a foothold. Yi Shiwen's figure flickered continuously in the sky. In the face of the dense and overwhelming martial arts torrents, he could only choose to dodge. The power of these martial arts torrents made even him shudder with fear. Even a peak profound life realm expert would be seriously injured on the spot if he was bombarded by these cannons. His physical body was tyrannical, and his tyrant body was even more tyrannical. Naturally, this wouldn't happen. However, he still couldn't withstand the bombardment of hundreds and thousands of martial arts torrents. If he was bombarded by so many martial arts torrents, he would also be injured. He wouldn't even be able to approach. Whoosh! 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 Yi Shiwen was like a bolt of lightning. He dodged these martial arts torrents in the blink of an eye. Even an expert at the peak of the profound life realm would be exhausted after using so many martial arts. However, this battle fortress was far from being exhausted. It had an inexhaustible supply of energy. So, it was able to unleash one astonishing martial art after another unceasingly. In the eyes of everyone, the entire sky had already been covered by the energy torrents blasted out by the battle fortress. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the dark sky of the Dead Soul Abyss. This place, which had been dark for countless years, welcomed light for the first time. However, it was such a frightening light from a battle. The entire sky was almost torn into pieces. Primal chaos poured out in torrents. It was a frightening scene, as if the end of the world had come. Not only does Yi Shiwen possess a terrifyingly tyrannical physical body, but his speed is also terrifying. With such densely packed attacks, even a peak profound life stage expert, no, even a profound death stage expert, would likely be unable to dodge. An old man's face turned a little pale when he saw this scene. His lips trembled, and he was somewhat speechless. Apart from a few people, most of the people present were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Even though their cultivation bases might have been surpassed by the younger generation, their vision and insight were still unparalleled. They were definitely experienced and knowledgeable. However, even they had never imagined that they would actually see such a frightening battle. Both sides of the battle seemed to have exerted everything they had to the extreme. If any of them had been in their place, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to resist at all. This battle fortress is the weapon that the Divine Union relies on to run amok in the world. The Divine Union has relied on this battle fortress to defeat many powerful enemies and destroy many sections. It is said that this is an inheritance of ancient technology. The battle fortresses of the other sects are far inferior to the one that the Divine Union has. Even a profound death realm expert wouldn't be able to stand in front of a battle fortress of this level. They would be turned into a sieve in minutes. That's right. Furthermore, this isn't the most frightening thing. It is said that there are upgraded versions of this battle fortress that can even blast a genuine, profound death realm expert to death. Fortunately, there aren't many of these battle fortresses. Otherwise, the people of the Divine Union would really dominate the world. They wouldn't go so far as to dominate the world. How could we not have the slightest foundation? How could we not have any countermeasures? The truly frightening one is Yi Shiwen. His speed is really fast. The network of interweaving battle fortresses seems to cover the entire sky. He was actually able to dodge even the slightest of loopholes. His speed is just too fast. Everyone was very surprised. Yi Shiwen was like a golden light in the sky, constantly shuttling back and forth in the sky. The torrents of the battle fort couldn't do anything to him. Not to mention, even if he was careless, he could scatter the torrents of the battle fort on the spot. Ordinary people would have died if they were touched by the torrents of the battle fort, but he was able to scatter them on the spot. This kind of combat power was an eye-opener for everyone, especially the people of the Divine Union. They weren't as carefree as the others. They weren't in the mood to be spectators. They were facing Yi Shiwen's attack head-on. They had never thought that someone could dodge the full firepower of the battle fortress. It was simply a miracle. It was completely unbelievable. He must be a monster. A disciple of the Divine Union said in a trembling voice. If someone like Zhang Ming was said to be a genius in his heart, a super genius, then this guy was a legendary monster. He was simply a monster that couldn't be killed. What kind of existence have we provoked? At this time, the skinny man was also staring blankly at Yi Shiwen, who had completely turned into a golden light in the sky. He was speechless, and he was already extremely regretful in his heart. He shouldn't have listened to Zhang Ming's words and provoked Yi Shiwen. Now he had drawn out such a terrifying monster. This won't do. It's precisely because this fella is too frightening. He is simply a monster. Therefore, all the more we can't let him live. If such a person survives, he will definitely become a huge threat to the Divine Union in the future. Sooner or later, he will become the biggest obstacle to the Divine Union's ascension. He must die. He must die. The skinny man's eyes flashed with a crazed look as he circulated his energy to slowly suppress his injuries. After all, he was also an expert at the late profound life realm. His physical body's recovery ability was also rather shocking. After such a long time to catch his breath, his injuries had also recovered significantly. Increase the power and activate all the array formations. He must die. He must not be allowed to live. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his vision darken. A a figure had leaped in front of him without him noticing. Chapter 1854. If you don't let me live, you'd better worry about yourself. Along with a clear voice, the skinny man suddenly felt his neck being grabbed by a large hand. This big hand was like an iron hoop, firmly grasping his neck. In an instant, his vision turned black and he couldn't breathe. Then he felt a sealing power flowing out, directly suppressing all the power in his body. He finally saw the figure in front of him clearly. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. How is this possible? How did you break in? He looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. It was as if he had seen a ghost. His eyeballs were about to pop out. Yi Shiwen had clearly been dodging just a moment ago. How was it possible for him to rush in all of a sudden? This was simply impossible. One must know that even an expert at the peak of the profound life realm would be seriously injured on the spot if he was hit by so many attacks when the battle fortress was fully activated. How could he do that? At this time he noticed that above Yi Shiwen's head there was a simple and unadorned picture scroll that was constantly rotating. Then a curtain of light constantly hung down and protected him within it. That's right. Yi Shiwen had relied on the yin-yang life and death diagram to rush into the battle fort. He was confident that he could block several attacks if he were to rely on himself. However, hundreds or even thousands of attacks would sweep over him in the next moment. Even he would be blown up in the air if that were to happen. The power of the battle fortress was indeed infinite. When he heard the skinny man say that he wanted to increase the power, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The current battle fortress already made him feel so threatened. If he were to go all out, it would be terrible. He immediately made a prompt decision and broke into the battle fortress. But almost as soon as the skinny man spoke, countless torrents swept over and drowned the place he was at almost instantly. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene was extremely silent. No one had expected that the divine union would be so decisive. Even though their own people were in Yi Shiwen's hands, they still didn't hesitate to kill them on the spot. This was what it meant to be vicious and merciless. I'm sorry. If he doesn't die, we'll all die. The members of the divine union couldn't help but ask. From the day they had joined the divine union, they had sworn to sacrifice everything for their leader, including their own lives. In many people's opinion, sacrificing Luo Yunyang for the sake of eliminating a great enemy that could become a thorn in their side in the future wasn't a big deal. The endless rays of light dissipated, and the storm caused by the torrent of energy finally dissipated. Everyone finally saw that half of the skinny man's body had been blasted off. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't die in Yi Shiwen's hands. Instead, he would die in the hands of his own people. He had been blasted to death on the spot with incomparable resentment. Where is Yi Shiwen? What about Yi Shiwen? Where did he go? Could it be that he was directly blasted into ashes? That's impossible. His body is so strong. Even if he was swept to death, it's impossible for him to turn into ashes. Someone immediately refuted. In an instant, everyone's spirit consciousness spread out and covered the desolated sky in an attempt to find Yi Shiwen's position. Even Qin Lai became nervous. Even he would have been blasted to death on the spot by that kind of attack. It was precisely because of the existence of the battle fortress that the martial sect could tolerate the divine union snatching their position. After all, compared to the divine union which possessed the battle fortress, the martial sect was at a disadvantage at this time. It can't be, he said in disbelief. However, he quickly rejected this idea. That's impossible. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. There's no corpse at all. How could he have died just like that? In the distance, Princess Tianqing's eyes were also wide open. The battle between the two sides had been too terrifying. The aftershocks could have killed her. Therefore, she had been hiding far away from the start and simply hadn't dared to approach. At this time, seeing that Yi Shiwen was directly swept away, her heart suddenly tightened. It was undeniable that she still had quite a good impression of Yi Shiwen. In this day and age, trustworthy partners and allies like him were rare. Her eyes flickered with a demonic purple light as she scanned her surroundings. It was as if she was able to see everything within 10,000 miles. Very quickly, she seemed to have found something as her lips curled into a smile. So that was it. While everyone was still searching, a golden figure suddenly flew out of the void. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. Compared to before, Yi Shiwen hadn't changed in the slightest. None of the attacks had landed on his body, as he had dodged them in time. Furthermore, he had the yin-yang life and death diagram to help him resist them. Even if they had occasionally brushed against him, it wouldn't have been a problem. He wasn't like that skinny man who had been left behind by Yi Shiwen and then blasted to death by countless energy torrents. He's over there. Hurry up and activate the array formation. At this moment, a sharp-eyed Divine Union disciple had finally discovered Yi Shiwen's location. He wanted to make the first move to gain the upper hand, but it was simply too late. Or rather, Yi Shiwen's speed was simply too fast. His figure flashed, and at this time he had already broken into a formation in the depths of the fortress. The golden divinities all over his body directly spread out with the force of 10,000 caddies. Then he suddenly stomped on the ground, and the terrifying force swept out like waves in a circle. Boom! The entire array formation was completely destroyed by a frightening force on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Boom! Countless martial path torrents once again bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. They swept past Yi Shiwen's body. Compared to before, their power had increased by another level. Even a profound death realm expert would be seriously injured by them. Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared once again as he continuously shuttled through the void. Originally, he had been able to continuously dodge just now, let alone now. Although it didn't seem like much, there was a huge loophole in his firepower net. This loophole was nothing to an ordinary person, as the sky was still densely packed with endless martial path torrents. At this moment, it seemed like thousands of martial path masters were attacking at the same time. It was simply too frightening. However, Yi Shiwen could find a loophole even if there was no loophole. Now that there was such a loophole, it became even easier for him to dodge the attacks. He was able to find a loophole in almost every wave of attacks and dodge it easily. Although the power of the battle fortress was even more frightening, it was useless if it couldn't hit Yi Shiwen. At this moment, the faces of the people from the Divine Union had already turned pale. They had never been put in such a difficult situation by someone before. They were confident that they could even blast a profound death realm expert to death. Who knew that Yi Shiwen's speed would be so abnormal? Even such a small loophole could be dodged by him. Moreover, it wasn't the first time he had done so. Kill him. We must kill him. I don't believe that he can maintain such a state of absolute consciousness under such a high-intensity attack. Even if it's just one time, he will definitely die as long as we hit him once, said the people from the Divine Union as they gritted their teeth. At this moment, they could only hope that Yi Shiwen would be careless. No one could maintain such a high-intensity state all the time without daring to relax for even a second. There was a limit to a person's energy, even if they had cultivated to such a high level. However, they didn't know that Yi Shiwen's divine sense had the enlightening mind ancient tree to stabilize his state of mind at all times. So, it was impossible to make him make a mistake at all times. Their hopes were destined to be dashed. Boom! Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Yi Shiwen seized an opportunity. There was a huge loophole. He forcefully withstood the bombardment of several martial arts torrents and directly rushed into the fort. He stomped his foot down, trampling a formation into ruins. The surface of the entire battle fort collapsed from the stomp. The entire battle fort weighed an unknown number of tons. However, it shook violently at this moment. One could imagine how terrifying this stomp was. With one less formation, Yi Shiwen had an easier time dodging. Originally, he had needed to use the yin-yang life and death diagram to withstand the attacks. However, he didn't even need to do so now. Holy crap, he can actually fight against a battle fort by himself? What a monster! Qin Lai looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief at this time. Although Yi Shiwen was constantly dodging, no one dared to laugh at him. Being able to dodge such a concentrated attack was already a miracle. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Boom! 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 As time passed, Yi Shiwen continued to destroy new formations one by one. As these formations were destroyed one by one, it was equivalent to tearing a huge crack in the dense net of firepower for Yi Shiwen. It might not be enough for others, but it was enough for him. Bit by bit, he wanted to destroy all the formations inside the battle fort bit by bit. He even had the idea of capturing the entire battle fort. For the current human race, if they could get their hands on such a powerful weapon, it could be said that it would be equivalent to thousands of soldiers and horses. They will all become mine. Chapter 1855. The output of this battle fortress was completely dependent on these Zhen arrays. As these Zhen arrays were broken by Yi Shiwen one by one, the threat of the entire fortress to Yi Shiwen began to decrease, almost to the point where it didn't pose any threat to him at all. The faces of the Divine Union members turned pale when they saw this. They realized that they had underestimated Yi Shiwen's strength. He was clearly much more tyrannical and frightening than they had thought. No matter how they struggled or how they controlled the array formations, it was useless. They simply couldn't hit Yi Shiwen. Even if they managed to hit him occasionally, it was simply useless. They couldn't injure Yi Shiwen at all. That was completely impossible. Something even more frightening happened. Yi Shiwen saw that most of the arrays had been dismantled and that the threat they posed to him was negligible. Thus, he began to slaughter the people of the Divine Union. Bang! His figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was directly on the deck of the battle fortress. An early-stage, profound life-stage expert from the Divine Union simply couldn't react in time. He simply couldn't see clearly what exactly had happened. All he saw was a huge hand grabbing at him from the sky. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He was grabbed on the spot and turned into a bloody mist on the spot before exploding with a loud bang. Yi Shiwen's strength had already reached an extremely high level. He had directly ripped apart the entire void with a loud bang. He didn't use any other energy. He had already achieved such a shocking feat with just his strength alone. Many of the profound life realm experts present couldn't help but turn pale when they saw the scene. They could only feel chills running down their spines. The strength that Yi Shiwen had displayed now was even more frightening than before. No, it should be said that Yi Shiwen hadn't displayed his full strength just now. He had only displayed his full strength now. An initial profound life realm expert had practically been grabbed and exploded on the spot without any warning. They had practically never seen such a ferocious fighting style before. They were also profound life realm experts. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to proclaim themselves as overlords in an ancient country. There would be no exception even if they entered the undead abyss. However, in front of Yi Shiwen, they simply didn't seem like much. He could crush them with a single palm strike. The strength to uproot mountains and rivers, and the aura to conquer the world, was probably just like this. Everyone felt as if they had seen the legendary overlord, and they couldn't help but be terrified, even if Yi Shiwen wasn't targeting them. But the thought of having such a terrifying opponent next to them was enough to make them restless. In such a short period of time, what kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? Qin Lai couldn't help but be a little stunned. Jun Ding's heavenly eyes finally revealed a strange expression. Yi Shiwen's performance had finally alarmed him. Bang! 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 While everyone was still in a daze, Yi Shiwen had already broken into the European battle fortress. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. The void shattered wherever he passed, and many Divine Union disciples exploded on the spot. They couldn't withstand such a terrifying aura. Many people were needed to operate the European battle fortress, so many of them were celestial realm martialists. They could be considered experts in the outside world. However, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Shiwen. He didn't even need to lift a finger. He could crush them to death just by relying on his powerful strength. Yi Shiwen was unstoppable as he launched a crazy massacre. No one could stop him from moving forward. Behind him, countless martial arts torrents intertwined and swept across, directly chasing after Yi Shiwen's figure. However, it was useless. Every time, he was just one step behind Yi Shiwen. Just this one step was like a world apart. There was no way for him to catch up with Yi Shiwen. Everyone was dazzled. In less than a dozen breaths, almost all the people on the European battle fortress had been slaughtered on the spot. Yi Shiwen simply killed wherever he went. Even the profound life realm experts were no exception. They were instantly killed on the spot. They couldn't even delay him for a second. Even though there were a few late profound life stage experts lying in ambush, they were only able to put up a slight resistance at this moment. After which, they were blasted to bits by Yi Shiwen. Is he planning to kill everyone from the Divine Union? Oh my God! Some people were completely stunned. This idea was really audacious. He had actually dared to kill all the disciples of the Divine Union in front of everyone's eyes and seize the European battle fortress. Even the disciples of the great sects wouldn't dare to do such a thing. After all, if they did so, they might face endless attacks from the Divine Union. Even a colossus like them would have to be prepared to fight to the death with the Divine Union. This isn't just audacity. He's simply lawless. Yi Shiwen, do you really want to kill us all? The Divine Union will definitely not let you off. Some Divine Union experts shrieked on the spot as they were blasted to pieces by Yi Shiwen's fist. They couldn't be any more dead. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything. He just continued to kill. After a long time, all the experts of the Divine Union on the battle fortress were finally slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen grabbed the battle fortress with his big hand and grabbed it tightly into the Tianyuan mirror. Then he said lazily, "Are you still trying to threaten me with this level of strength?" His cold gaze swept across the crowd hidden in the void. He had no intention of holding back. He had intended to demonstrate his strength. It seemed that his demonstration had been very effective. Everyone was completely shocked by his ruthless methods. He was powerful and his methods were ruthless. Such an opponent was enough to make them tremble with fear. This was especially the case when Yi Shiwen's gaze swept over them. All of their faces turned ashen, and they subconsciously dodged away in shock. Even though they were experts at the profound life stage, who were known as absolute experts, they did not dare to provoke him at this moment. What a joke! The person before them was merely a profound life realm expert. Yet he had already slaughtered quite a few people in front of them. Furthermore, he was able to resist a terrifying thing like the battle fortress. He simply wasn't human. Going up against such a monster was simply courting death. In particular, this person was vicious and merciless. He simply didn't have any intention of holding back. He was planning on exterminating everyone. What will the Divine Union elders do if they find out about Yi Shiwen's massacre? I'm afraid they'll come all the way from the Lord of the Undead Spirit's tomb. Many people said with lingering fear, "It's not just those elders. I'm afraid that Zhang Ming won't let this matter rest." Many of Zhang Ming's direct descendants are among these people. At this time, all of them died at Yi Shiwen's hands. How can he let this matter rest? So what if he doesn't take this line down? Didn't you hear what they just said? It's obvious that Zhang Ming must have exchanged blows with Yi Shiwen and suffered a crushing defeat. Otherwise, why would Yi Shiwen dare to rush to their doorstep? Many people reacted one after another. Yi Shiwen's success this time was largely due to Zhang Ming's absence. In many people's opinion, if Zhang Ming were here, it would be impossible for Yi Shiwen to succeed, even if it were any other peak profound life realm elder. Interesting. Jun Dingtian's lips twitched as he muttered to himself. It seemed that he was finally a little interested in Yixuan. Beside him, the first prince's face turned pale. The exchange just now had completely stunned him. Although he knew that he and the others probably didn't have much of a status in the eyes of these experts, when they really saw such an astonishing professor, they were still completely shocked. Under the deterrence of such a power, all of their previous small calculations had become useless. Yi Shiwen kept the battle fortress and continued to calculate the various mysteries of this battle fortress in his mind. Since it had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands, how could he not calculate it? The only thing he lacked was time. Right now, he wanted to calculate all the mysteries of this battle fortress. It would be best if he could mass-produce it. In that case, not to mention the revival of the human race, it would even be possible for them to rule the world. When this battle fortress could be mass-produced, the combat power of the human race could be said to be elevated to a whole new level. Whoever dared to disobey the human race would be blasted to death. There was no other reason. However, he felt that it was a pity that Zhang Ming wasn't here this time. He didn't show up until the end. Obviously, he wasn't here. There was only one possibility for him not to be here, and that was to find a place to practice in seclusion. When he appeared again, he would probably have stepped into the peak profound life realm. At that time, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Originally, Yi Shiwen wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Zhang Ming directly to avoid future troubles. Who knew that Zhang Ming would escape this time? Although he was confident that he could defeat Zhang Ming again, it would take some effort. Moreover, if Zhang Ming didn't appear, it would be like a poisonous tongue in the shadows that could bite him at any time. That would be the real danger. Just as Yi Shiwen was thinking about how to get rid of future troubles, a rumbling sound came from the void. The void seemed to have been torn apart by a huge hand. It shattered bit by bit, and endless power of darkness spread out from this huge crack. The treasury of the Lord of Darkness was opened. Chapter 1856. Yi Shiwen's methods were extremely ruthless. He didn't have any intention of showing mercy. Everyone was completely stunned. Not everyone had the heart to provoke such a ruthless guy. They didn't know how many people they had slaughtered on a daily basis. So, they weren't any better than Yi Shiwen. Those who could cultivate all the way to this level had killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was just that they were the ones killing others back then. Now, it was someone else killing them. The situation was completely different. How could they still have that kind of calmness? At this time, the door of the treasury left behind by the Lord of Darkness had finally opened completely. Everyone finally didn't have to think too much. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already rushed into the crack. Everyone's figure was extremely fast. In almost an instant, they had rushed in. Each of them used their own methods. The weakest among them was at the level of the king grade. Many of them were even at the profound life realm. Once they fully launched their attacks, their speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! 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 In almost an instant, everyone had already arrived at the vicinity of the crack. Yi Shiwen, let's join forces. Qin Lai's voice instantly resounded. All right. Yi Shiwen didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. He held Princess Tianqing in his arms and crossed several layers of space. He followed closely behind them and rushed into that crack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yi Shiwen had just entered the crack and hadn't yet stabilized his footing when he heard a violent explosion coming from the front. The original barrier that had been blocking the path of everyone had been destroyed in an instant. The first person to rush out of the crack was none other than a blue-clothed man. A big hand turned into the size of a mountain and directly pressed down. Any restrictions were nothing in front of this big hand. They were directly pressed down and turned into ashes on the spot. This person was none other than Chu Yin, the top expert of the heavenly cloud city that Princess Tianqing had mentioned before. His entire body was sparkling and translucent, as if he was made of crystal. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked by Chu Yun's tyrannical strength. So strong. He really deserves to be the top expert of the Heavenly Cloud City. It is said that he is a member of the Amethyst clan. It is said that the members of this clan are very rare. In each generation, there are less than 100 of them. Each of them has an incomparably terrifying physical body. Even the Dragon Clan can be slaughtered by their physical body. They are one of the most terrifying clans in the world. Their ancestors could even challenge the gods and were invincible. Someone who knew about this clan said immediately, although many of the people present didn't know who Chu Yun was, how could they not know when this person mentioned it? They were all experienced and knowledgeable, so they had heard of many secrets of the world. Not to mention the Purple Crystal Clan was of such a famous clan. If not for the small number of people in each generation, it would have been to the Purple Crystal. Chu Yun's first move was the top unique skill of the Heavenly Cloud City, the Flying Cloud Palm. It immediately shocked everyone. After him, Jun Dingtian's body was domineering. He was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He directly shook off the first prince and the others. He directly smashed through countless restrictions and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, Qin Lai also instantly attacked. He blasted out a golden dragon with a punch. It roared towards the sky and swept in all directions. Any restrictions were nothing in front of this huge dragon. They were so fragile that they couldn't withstand a single blow. The Imperial Dragon's subduing fist, a unique skill of the martial great sect, was famous throughout the world. Many people felt that it was an eye-opener. When the crowd saw these people rushing in, they immediately became anxious. Everyone knew that the first to go in would definitely be able to obtain the greatest benefits. If they were late, there would be nothing left for them. Everyone immediately chased after Jun Dingtian. Yi Shiwen also chased after him. Although he wanted to chase after them, Jun Dingtian's speed was too fast. In just a moment, he had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if he was very familiar with this area. In just a moment, he had already disappeared through the layers of secret passages. Qin Lai, how dare you compete with me? Are you courting death? At this time, Chu Yun and Qin Lai took the lead and fought each other. Neither was willing to give in to the other. Chu Yun let out a long roar and stared at Qin Lai. So what if I compete with you? What's the point? Qin Lai sneered. He didn't slow down at all. His figure flickered continuously, and green lotuses appeared under his feet. They exploded continuously. Every time a green lotus exploded, his figure would instantly disappear. When he reappeared, he was already very far away. I think you are really courting death. Chu Yun's anger seemed to have been provoked. He moved his body and raised his fist. In an instant, the fist intent spread out and directly shrouded the entire world. Everything disappeared. It seemed that in the world, there was only Chu Yun's fist and nothing else. Earth-shattering and sky-shocking. Chu Yun let out a roar as he unleashed a peerless, godly punch towards Qin Lai's head. At this time, Qin Lai suddenly felt as if everything in the world had suddenly frozen. It was as if he was deep in a mudslide, unable to move. Chu Yun instantly tightened his fist. Gao Hongsha was in front of him. Let me see how powerful your physique, which is said to be able to kill the Dragon Clan, is. Can you block my fist? Qin Lai laughed loudly and directly punched out. His body suddenly changed. Suddenly, everything around him turned into a barren world. In this world, wild beasts ran rampant. One by one, the wild beasts that were unbelievably powerful lived in this world. At this time, many humans rose up. They were wearing animal skins and holding animal bone weapons. They were fighting against these unbelievably powerful wild beasts, eating raw meat and drinking blood. Qin Lai's fist blasted out. It was not an ordinary fist technique. It was simply a world that crushed down. It was a world with boundless power. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was when it crushed down on a human's body. What a powerful fist technique! Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up when Qin Lai's eating raw meat and drinking blood was blasted out. The mysterious space within his body suddenly seemed to have received a violent stimulation. It began to operate at a rapid speed and unexpectedly began to spontaneously comprehend this set of fist technique. However, even with the current ability of his mysterious space, he was still unable to analyze the ability of this set of martial arts. It was completely unlike any martial arts that he had seen before. As long as he wanted to, he could always analyze some of its mysteries. In fact, if he persisted, it was possible that he could completely deduce the entire set of martial arts. However, he actually couldn't understand this technique at all. He could only deduce some superficial information and couldn't say that it was very deep. Even so, he had already used up the wealth of a dragon's vein. He immediately stopped and didn't dare to analyze it in depth. Otherwise, even if he used up all his wealth, he still wouldn't be able to analyze the foundation of this fist technique. If that was the case, it would be too much of a loss. Boom! An incomparably terrifying roar sounded. One was earth-shattering and the other was eating raw meat and drinking blood. Both of them collided fiercely. Two sets of peerless martial arts. However, Qin Lai's eating raw meat and drinking blood was a level higher. The Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist is indeed amazing. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor was invincible and fought for a path of survival for the human race. Then, it was carried forward by the hands of Emperor Qin. I have long wanted to see what kind of moves you have. Show me all of them. Chu Yin said coldly. Although he was at a disadvantage in the competition with Qin Lai, his body was innately invincible. When the remaining fist power fell on his body, it didn't pose any threat to him at all. Eating raw meat and drinking blood. A single spark makes a prairie fire. Battle all heroes. Control heaven and earth. Eternal peace. Creation of heaven and earth. Qin Lai didn't show any mercy. He directly blasted out 8 moves of the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist in a row. It directly caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. This punch had already struck out the past and the future. An invincible expert vaguely appeared behind Qin Lai and swept across the crowd of heroes. Everyone present was shocked, especially the experts of the human race. They all felt as if the genes in their bodies had suddenly been awakened. In the ancient times, their ancestors had still been eating raw meat and drinking blood. They had struggled to survive. They had fought against the heavens, the earth, and the demons and ghosts in order to fight for a place for the human race to survive. Countless sages had shed their blood for the rise of the human race. Everyone felt as if tears were streaming down their cheeks. Qin Lai's set of fist techniques blasted out one after another. With each punch, the aura on his body suddenly became a lot stronger. After these 8 punches, his strength had increased by several times. What kind of fist technique is this? It's so powerful. Qin Lai's strength has actually increased by several times. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up as he looked at this. It was very rare for an ordinary martial art to be able to display one's full strength. Moreover, it was simply unheard of for them to increase their strength by several times. Even the martial arts of the gods weren't this terrifying. This is the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist, the unique skill of Fushi. I didn't expect to see it after so many years. Yimo's voice sounded faintly. Fushi, you mean Fushi? Yi Shiwen's voice suddenly trembled. The memory that had been sealed for a long time, the memory that had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart, was awakening bit by bit. In an instant, he was somewhat unable to control himself. Chapter 1857. Yes, Fushi, Yi Emo said. Even though Yi Shiwen was under the suppression of the Mingxin ancient tree, he still felt his whole body trembling. He once thought that he would never be able to return to that world and would never be able to hear anything related to it. He did not expect that he would hear about Fushi here the legendary ancestor of humanity in his previous life. Speaking of which, I can be considered as amazing. I have seen the Devil King, Human Emperor, Demon Emperor, and many Emperor-level powerhouses fighting each other. This is only possible in that chaotic era. Yi Mo said with a smile. Fushi is definitely the most stunning, peerless genius of the human race after the Chao clan and Swearen clan. My master once personally dealt with him. Even though he was the Devil King, he actually managed to escape with one move. After that, he directly achieved the Tao and was conferred the title of king. From then on, it was out of control. The Devil King also said that he might really be the child of destiny that was favored by the heavens. From that time, he knew that perhaps in the heaven realm, the destiny did not lie with the demon race or the demon race, but with the human race. Heaven realm, heaven realm. Yi Xuan suddenly had an idea. Perhaps in the heaven realm, he could find the way back home. For hundreds of years, even he himself thought that he had forgotten the memories that had been sealed in the depths of his heart. He thought that he would never have the chance to go back in this lifetime. After all, as his cultivation became more refined, the more he understood the various rules and principles of this world. He felt that it was ridiculous to think that as long as his cultivation was profound, he would be able to go back. This world was so big, and there are countless other worlds. He did not even know where they were. It was impossible to go back, even if he could tear the space apart. But now, it seemed to have given him a very big clue. In the heaven, there were legends about Fushi, Yu Chao clan, Swearen clan, and so on. He had heard about them in his previous life. Perhaps they were really related to his previous world. While Yi Xuan was in a daze, the battle between Qin Lai and Chu Yin had already entered a white-hot stage. Qin Lai's strength had increased by several times. It was already terrifying enough, but at this time it had become even more terrifying. Chu Yin had been forced to retreat again and again. However, although Chu Yin was constantly being pushed back, he didn't show any signs of being defeated. His body was constantly emitting a purple radiance, making him look like a purple crystal person. All the attacks that landed on his body were completely neutralized. He was also a tyrannical and invincible figure. Even the dragon race could be killed on the spot. He was also a tyrannical and invincible figure. Even the dragon race could be killed on the spot. Chu Yin's gaze turned cold. Qin Lai's attack seemed to be completely useless against him. What a pity. This martial art that once shone brilliantly in the hands of two monarchs has been buried in your hands. Today, if you dare to compete with me for the treasures in this treasury, only death awaits you. While Chu Yin was speaking, his body suddenly shook violently. An endless amount of purple light swept out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble violently. His strength suddenly rose to a whole new level. Peak of the profound life stage. Everyone was stunned. What? Peak of the profound life stage? He's actually at the peak of the profound life stage? How can this be? No wonder Qin Lai was unable to do anything to him, no matter how many times his strength had increased. No wonder Chu Yin hid so deeply. Even the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist can't do anything to him. This Qin Lai is going to be in trouble. All of a sudden, everyone started to look down on Qin Lai. Although Qin Lai possessed an ultimate art and possessed extraordinary strength, it still wouldn't be easy for him to face an expert who was an entire realm higher than him. When Qin Lai saw Chu Yin's hidden strength, he was a little shocked. No wonder he couldn't do anything to Chu Yin no matter how much he increased his strength and used the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist. It wasn't that the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist was too weak, but Chu Yin's strength wasn't just that. Even though he had used the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist to increase his strength by several times, he was still weaker than the current Chu Yin. In the short term, it didn't matter. However, as time passed, he would definitely be defeated. The Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist was very powerful, but it consumed a lot of energy. He couldn't use it endlessly. When the qi in his body was exhausted, it would only be a matter of time before he was defeated. Damn it! Qin Lai couldn't help but curse. Qin Lai, you've been fighting with me all these years. Today, I'll take this opportunity to end you once and for all. Martial ancestor genius? End it now. Chu Yin laughed coldly. He was determined to get rid of Qin Lai once and for all. All these years, it was rare to have such an opportunity. He was one level ahead of Qin Lai. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Flying cloud picking the moon. His big hand directly materialized and sealed the entire sky. He directly grabbed Qin Lai, intending to kill him on the spot. Suddenly, just as he was about to grab Qin Lai, a golden sword light broke through the sky. Then it directly chopped his big hand into pieces. Bang! Hong long long. This huge hand made of qi instantly turned into endless death qi and then spread out in all directions. Who is it? Chu Yin scanned the surroundings and shouted. Brother Qin, you go first. Leave this to me. Yi Shiwen stood up and said. At this time, seeing that Yi Shiwen was willing to stand up, Qin Lai couldn't help but feel a little grateful. Although he also had some means to protect himself, it was impossible for Chu Yin to kill him. However, it was inevitable that he would be in a bit of a mess. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in the matter between me and him? Chu Yin sneered and directly attacked on the spot. He directly materialized a big hand. Suddenly, this big hand directly materialized a world. Mountains and rivers, a whole world. The whole world blasted towards Yi Shiwen on the spot. Yi Shiwen's big hand grabbed. An endless divinity directly condensed into a golden long sword. The long sword in his hand directly split into endless sword light in the sky, directly piercing towards the big hand. Whoosh! 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 These sword flashes combined into a torrent of swordsmanship in midair and blasted towards the giant hand. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and a situation of heaven and earth collapsing, the whole world directly turned into nothingness. Yi Shiwen's sword Dao was too overbearing, directly sweeping away everything, crushing it into pieces. Seeing that he couldn't take him down with one move, Chu Yin couldn't help but hesitate a little. Brother Qin, hurry up and leave. Leave this to me. You go in first, stall Junding Tian, and wait for me. Yi Shiwen said. Since he had already formed an alliance with Qin Lai, he couldn't leave him in the lurch and let Chu Yin kill him directly. What about you? Qin Lai glanced at Yi Shiwen, obviously still a little worried that Yi Shiwen was no match for Chu Yin. Don't worry, after I take care of him, I will meet up with you. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, What, take care of me? You? How arrogant! Chu Yin said coldly, the anger in his heart rising uncontrollably. It was not easy for him to trick Qin Lai into helping him, and he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of a big trouble. Who knew that it would be ruined by this guy? It was really depressing. At this time, this guy actually dared to say that he would take care of him. It was simply intolerable. Well then, we will leave first. Hurry up and follow us, Qin Lai said without any hesitation, and immediately flew towards the depths of the treasure vault with the people of martial sect. Damn it, don't go. Chu Yin used the flying cloud hand again, directly grabbing towards Qin Lai. He wanted to stop him, and definitely could not let him escape. However, how could Yi Shiwen let Chu Yin have his way? An endless golden light appeared under his feet. He suddenly took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Chu Yin. His long sword pressed forward, and the sharp sword light directly broke several layers of protection on Chu Yin's body. Damn it! Chu Yin hadn't expected Yi Shiwen to attack so quickly. Yi Shiwen had already appeared in front of him in almost an instant. At this time he couldn't ignore Yi Shiwen. He could only let Qin Lai go for now. Then he directly attacked Yi Shiwen. You have completely angered me. Today, even if a king-level powerhouse comes, no one can save you. You dare to say that a king-level powerhouse can't do anything to you? Yi Shiwen sneered, and the long sword in his hand directly hit Chu Yun's big hand. Rumble. A loud roar sounded, and the golden long sword in Yi Shiwen's hand began to be annihilated inch by inch. Every inch of annihilation caused a loud roar. In just a night, the golden long sword in Yi Shiwen's hand had already been completely shattered. It's useless. My amethyst body can even kill a dragon. There's nothing in this world that can do anything to my amethyst body. He sneered as he looked at Yi Shiwen. There was a somewhat complacent look on his face. Really? Yi Shiwen's slightly mocking voice sounded, but he directly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and then turned it into a golden fist, fiercely hitting Chu Yun's big hand. Bang! An incomparably loud collision sound, like the collision of gold and iron, was heard and sparks flew everywhere. These sparks burst out, and even the sky was burned through. One could imagine how much heat this instant of collision caused by the collision between the two sides. Both sides took 2 steps back, and it was completely equal. Both sides actually could not do anything to each other and could only be considered a draw. In the eyes of the people in the distance, it was simply like 2 huge robots colliding. Chapter 1858. Both of their bodies were tyrannical to the extreme. Not only was Yi Shiwen powerful, but the strength of his body had also reached a shocking level. However, Chu Yun's amethyst body was not inferior to Yi Shiwen's. He could compete with Yi Shiwen head-on. With Yi Shiwen's tyrant body, there were not many people in the same realm who could compete with Yi Shiwen's body. After this round of attacks, both sides were like 2 Tyrannosaurus in human form. They fiercely collided with each other, shattering the sky and earth. Chu Yun was slightly shocked as he looked at Yi Shiwen. The blood in his body had begun to boil, as if he had encountered an extremely tyrannical opponent, and this kind of feeling could only be produced in his body. He attacked with anger and did not hold back at all. However, Yi Shiwen was able to block it. This in itself was an incredible miracle. At this time, Yi Shiwen's counterattack followed like a shadow and spread out in an instant. Compared to Qin Lai's Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist, Yi Shiwen's attack was not as exquisite, but its power was a level higher. To some extent, the 3 of them had taken the path of big and bold attacks. The essence of one person's strength to defeat 10 people was directly displayed by the 3 of them to the extreme. Similar fighting methods of both sides collided at this time, causing the most intense sparks. Yi Shiwen's counterattack arrived in an instant. He stood on the head of the endless golden waves, with himself as the core. The yin-yang life and death diagram above his head constantly rotated and then stretched out. It was a very huge picture scroll, like a god, suppressing all directions. Yi Shiwen was incomparably strong. He directly pressed over and blasted a punch towards Chu Yun. The entire world was shrouded under his fist, tearing everything apart. Not good. At this time, Chu Yun finally felt a trace of pressure. He suddenly stretched out his big hand and repeatedly shot out the flying cloud hand, forming a shield that enveloped him. The flying cloud hand was far more than just a supreme offensive technique. It was not inferior even in defense. It was truly a unique technique that combined offense and defense. Boom! 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 The battle between the 2 sides became more and more intense. Yi Shiwen tore apart Chu Yun's defense circle by circle. Chu Yun's flying cloud hand was also unceasingly stacking layer upon layer of huge weapons to protect him. The power of the battle between both sides exploded in the void, directly cutting off thousands of miles of sky. It even blocked the channels for others to enter. These people immediately became anxious, but it was useless. There was no way to rush in. The aftermath of the battle between both sides was too terrifying. Even the few experts of the profound life realm did not dare to approach. As Chu Yun unleashed his peak profound life stage strength, Yi Shiwen also unleashed his peak profound life stage strength without the slightest bit of restraint. The 2 profound life stage experts faced each other with equal harshness, neither giving way to the other. The two of them have actually stepped into the peak of the profound life stage. The current younger generation is becoming more and more frightening. If this continues, there will be no place for us to stand. That's right. Even that Chinlai is only a little bit away from stepping into the peak of the profound life stage. Each of these people improves faster than the last. If this goes on, wouldn't all the benefits be taken away by the people from the martial sect? Someone said unwillingly, "Let these two people make way for us first. Then let them fight for 3 days and 3 nights. All right, go up and talk." What kind of joke was this? These were two experts at the peak of the profound life stage, other than experts at the profound death stage, who would have the guts to interfere in the fight between the two of them. It was especially so for the disciples of the great sections. At this moment, they were incomparably depressed. It wasn't that they didn't have tyrannical experts in their sections. In fact, there was more than one peak profound life stage expert. However, all of them had gone to search for the inheritance of the Necromancer Lord. Compared to the inheritance of the Undead Spirit Lord, the artifact of the Dark Nation was just a small matter. Thus, only the late profound life stage experts were present. The true peak experts were not present. Otherwise, why would they be so depressed? If these two dared to stand in front of him, wouldn't they immediately be surrounded? This was simply courting death. No, apart from Chinlai, Jun Dingtian also went in. Do you guys remember? At this moment, everyone remembered that Jun Dingtian had already gone in before them. It was just that Jun Dingtian had hidden himself so well that not many people really noticed him. It wasn't until he made his move just now that everyone realized that he was far from an ordinary intermediate profound life realm expert. He was actually an expert at the peak of the profound life realm. Damn it. If this is the case, the benefits will either fall into Jun Dingtian's or Chinlai's hands. How will we get a share? Someone cursed continuously. Chinlai's strength was already very strong. He could even fight with experts at the peak of the profound life realm. Coupled with the experts from the martial sect, if the benefits fell into their hands, they would not have a chance to snatch it. He was a god that they could not afford to offend. On the other hand, Jun Dingtian's strength at the peak of the profound life realm made them feel hopeless. If they could follow him, they could still get a share of the benefits. However, if they were to be held back like this, they would not be able to get a share. When they thought of this, they felt extremely depressed. To them, especially the rogue cultivators and small forces, the inheritance of the undead spirit master was too far away from them. The treasury of the darkness master could possibly be their greatest harvest. However, it had been obstructed by the two of them. This caused them to gnash their teeth in anger. Obstructing one's path to wealth was akin to killing one's parents. One could well imagine how much hatred they had for the two of them. However, the two of them had no intention of leaving, especially Chu Yin, who completely blocked everyone. If he couldn't get it, no one else could. They could not help but feel like vomiting blood at the thought of entering the abyss of the undead spirits at the risk of being eroded by the deathly aura, only to end up like this. They had even lost all their capital. While everyone was in shock, the battle between the two had already entered a white-hot stage. Especially Yi Shiwen, who continuously attacked and completely gained the upper hand. In terms of strength, the two of them had yet to reach the realm of the profound death realm. They had just stepped into the peak of the profound life realm, and had even just made a small achievement. However, in terms of strength, Yi Shiwen was still completely suppressing Chu Yin. This made Chu Yin depressed. This was a situation that had never happened before. Ever since his debut, he had never been at a disadvantage even when he encountered Ao Shiba of the Dragon Clan. How could he be at a complete disadvantage at this time? In terms of strength, Yi Shiwen was a notch higher than him. In terms of strength, Yi Shiwen was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus with the strength to uproot a mountain. In this aspect, Yi Shiwen had completely surpassed him. What kind of body does he have? This thought emerged in his mind, and he could not suppress it at once. He had never thought that there would actually be someone who could suppress him in terms of physical cultivation. The amethyst that he was so proud of was completely useless. Break for me. Chu Yin was extremely depressed. Yi Shiwen was also very anxious. He had stalled Chu Yin here, but neither Qin Lai nor Jun Dingtian were easy to deal with. If he could not catch up as soon as possible, he was afraid that the benefits this time would have nothing to do with him. He did not care about other things, but he absolutely could not let go of the national treasure of the Country of Darkness. This was because only by obtaining the national treasure of the Country of Darkness could he possibly challenge the Abyss Demon Master, who controlled most of the yin-yang life and death diagram in the future. This was a very important part of his plan, and he could not afford to lose it. Therefore, in comparison, his mood could only be more anxious than Chu Yin. Therefore, his hands did not have the slightest bit of hesitation, and punched down, not giving any time for Chu Yin to breathe. He wanted to defeat Chu Yin in a short time. Bang! 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 Both sides were like two robots, colliding fiercely, bursting out sparks, burning everything. Chu Yin kept retreating, and his figure kept retreating. Under Yi Shiwen's attacks, he could not exert any strength at all. Even though his physical strength was almost no less than Yi Shiwen's, in terms of strength, he was far inferior to Yi Shiwen's tyrant body. Die! Yi Shiwen shouted, and took advantage of the fact that Chu Yin kept retreating, and his figure had not yet stabilized. He grabbed a golden long sword in his hand, and instantly tore the vast sky. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Chu Yin, and the long sword swept up with endless sword intention. The sword intention that Yi Shiwen had hidden for a long time once again shone in his hand. Wherever it passed, it instantly shattered Chu Yin's restrictions and defenses, and was about to penetrate Chu Yin. Suddenly, in the void, there was a sudden violent fluctuation, and then an astonishing axe light tore the space, swept down from the subspace, and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment, and everyone held their breath, looking at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. They simply couldn't believe it. Who would dare to attack at this time? The power of that axe light was amazing, and if Yi Shiwen chose to penetrate Chu Yin with his sword, then he would be split into two halves on the spot. This was a difficult choice, and it was a rare opportunity to kill Chu Yin. In just a split second, Yi Shiwen made a choice and backhanded his sword, swept it horizontally, and blasted it towards the axe light. Bang! A violent explosion occurred, and the space distorted crazily, like the rippling of the water surface caused by the wind, and violently fluctuated. Chu Yin, who had escaped death, was constantly gasping for breath, and looked at the void, wondering who had saved him at the critical moment. Chapter 1859. A figure slowly appeared in the void. It was none other than Zhan Ming, who had not been seen for some time. Zhan Ming had just broken through a powerful aura. His aura was still somewhat uncontrollable and unstable. However, his aura was at the peak of the profound life realm. Such a tyrannical aura filled the entire sky, causing people to tremble with fear. Everyone watched this dramatic scene unfold. This was going to be a complete reversal. Zhan Ming's appearance was obviously directed at Yi Shiwen. Furthermore, Yi Shiwen had just slaughtered the members of the Divine Union and seized the Divine Union's battle fortress. The Divine Union had suffered heavy losses, so the enmity between them was huge. If they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, they would not be able to endure such losses. Zhan Ming, it's actually you? Yi Shiwen looked at Zhan Ming, who was already at the peak of the profound life realm. The fact that Zhan Ming had been able to rush over at this time meant that he had been nearby and had just not come out. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that Zhan Ming was really ruthless. He had watched helplessly as Yi Shiwen slaughtered all the Divine Union disciples on the battle fortress. Yet Zhan Ming had actually endured all this time. This level of patience was not something an ordinary person could possess. That's right, it's me, Yi Shiwen. Today, I will definitely make you die without a burial place. Zhan Ming gritted his teeth as he glared at Yi Shiwen. He could only watch helplessly as the Battle Union disciples were slaughtered. Although his heart was made of stone, he simply did not care. However, seeing Yi Shiwen force him into a corner and not daring to come out was a great humiliation for him. This was his greatest humiliation. You. Yi Shiwen glanced at him and said in a disdainful tone, "You are nothing but a coward. If you had dared to come out just now, then I would have thought highly of you, but you only dared to come out now. It really disappoints me." Yi Shiwen's disdainful expression completely provoked Zhan Ming. He had originally regarded this matter as a great humiliation. Furthermore, Yi Shiwen had pointed it out mercilessly and ridiculed him unrestrainedly. This made Zhan Ming feel as if his pride had been trampled on by Yi Shiwen. "Chu Yin, I know that you also want to kill him. How about the two of us join forces to kill him and split his wealth?" Zhan Ming suggested. He wanted to form an alliance with Chu Yin. All right. Chu Yin had almost been killed by Zhan Ming. So, he didn't dare to look down on Zhan Ming at this time. So, he immediately reached an agreement with Zhan Ming. "If the two of you want to come at me together, then come at me together. Both of you have been defeated by me, yet you still want to make a comeback? You must be dreaming." Yi Shiwen sneered and said, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He immediately rushed towards Chu Yun to kill him. His fists directly smashed through Chu Yun's defenses. Chu Yun continued to defend. For a while, Yi Shiwen couldn't do anything to him since he had the amethyst crystal body. Although his strength was far inferior to Yi Shiwen's, but his body's hardness was still there. "Yi Shiwen, do you really think that you are a profound death stage expert? You actually think that you can defeat me and Zhan Ming by yourself?" Chu Yun continued to resist Yi Shiwen's attacks. Then he shouted, "What good is it for you to block the two of us now? In the end, all the good stuff will be obtained by Qin Lai and Jun Dingtian. You won't get anything. Why bother?" He wanted to shake Yi Shiwen's heart and find an opportunity to kill Yi Shiwen. He had already made up his mind to kill Yi Shiwen. A person like Yi Shiwen was too much of a threat to him. If he couldn't get rid of Yi Shiwen, he might bring a disaster to him in the future. Such an opponent must not be allowed to live. Don't talk too much with him. Just kill him directly. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Zhan Ming said in anger. He couldn't wait to kill Yi Shiwen with his eyes. He absolutely couldn't give Yi Shiwen any chance to breathe. The aura on his body raged uncontrollably. His murderous intention swept out like a whirlwind. The space was shattered inch by his murderous intention. That's right. It's better to talk less nonsense. Wait until you can defeat me first. Yi Shiwen said mercilessly. What? He actually intends to fight against the two of them alone. Many people were shocked. They didn't even dare to get close to the aftermath of the battle between the three of them. One could imagine how terrifying and cruel the battle between the three of them was. In the eyes of many people, the three of them should be at the same level. Although Chu Yin fell into a disadvantageous position under Yi Shiwen's attack, he didn't show any signs of defeat, let alone Zhan Ming. These people were all well known. They were the best of the younger generation in the Xian world battlefield. In the Xian world battlefield, they had defeated many experts of the older generation. Although Yi Shiwen had recently risen, he was able to put Chu Yin in a disadvantageous position. One could imagine his strength. But even so, it was impossible for him to fight against the two of them alone. Perhaps either one of them would be defeated by him. But when the two of them joined forces, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This Yi Shiwen is too terrifying. How can he be so powerful? No wonder Qin Lai wanted to curry favor with him and wanted to form an alliance with him. With the strength of a martial great master and Qin Lai's strength, He doesn't need to form an alliance with anyone. That's right. I heard that Qin Lai had fallen out with the people of the Divine Union because of Yi Shiwen. He even wanted to protect Yi Shiwen. At first, I thought that Qin Lai had gone crazy. Now, it seems that Qin Lai had already seen through Yi Shiwen's potential. He is indeed worthy of being an outstanding disciple of the martial sect. If such a person can get out of here alive, he is destined to shine brightly in the profound world battlefield and become an existence that can prove his Tao. Many people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. Yi Shiwen was so confident, or was he too arrogant? They would soon find out. Many people had originally harbored resentment because Yi Shiwen and Chu Yin had blocked their path. Now, how could they still harbor such resentment in their hearts? Many people couldn't help but tremble slightly. They were completely frightened by Yi Shiwen's strength. It was important to know that he wasn't dealing with two ordinary peak, profound life realm experts, but two peerless geniuses of the same realm, who knew how many experts of the same realm had been beheaded by their strength. Why was he so confident that he could fight against the two of them? At this moment, many princes looked at Princess Tianqing with envy and jealousy, especially Princess Yu. She had never imagined that Yi Shiwen, whom she had met before, would actually be so powerful that he could defeat Zhanming and Chu Yin, whom even she had to look up to. But now, such a person had been taken by Princess Tianqing to form an alliance. Looking at her proud expression, even if she was alone, no one dared to look down on her. The reason was very simple. It was because of Yi Shiwen's strength. At this time, many princes felt a shadow cast over their hearts. They didn't care much about who would live or die in the competition between Yi Shiwen and the other two, but they were afraid that the Dark Nation's national treasure would fall into the hands of others and they wouldn't be able to smoothly ascend the throne. Originally, in their opinion, Princess Tianqing was just a little ambitious princess. There were many princesses like her in the entire Dark Nation. Not only Princess Tianqing and Princess Yu, but under normal circumstances, it was impossible to compare with the forces that they had been operating for many years. But now, with Yi Shiwen's help, it was very likely that Princess Tianqing would be able to rely on a big backer and suddenly become a popular candidate for the throne. Don't forget, the king of the Dark Nation had said that whoever could bring back the Dark Nation's national treasure would be qualified to become the crown prince and inherit the position of the king in the future. What he wanted was the country of darkness's guardian artifact. What he had wasn't within the scope of his consideration. Damn it, how can she be so lucky? If that's the case, won't my throne be in danger all of a sudden? Many princes and princesses were gnashing their teeth. However, they soon felt relieved. The reason was very simple. It was because they thought that Yi Shiwen seemed to have offended the two giants, the Divine Union and the Heavenly Cloud City. Even though the Divine Union had their battle fortress seized, there were still many experts in the undead soul abyss. Offending these two forces was tantamount to Yi Shiwen seeking his own death. The reason why he was able to sweep across the entire world was because there were very few experts at the peak of the profound life realm in the vicinity. However, there were many top-notch experts among the people who were searching for the inheritance of the dead spirit lord. Therefore, wouldn't he die without a doubt? In that case, they wouldn't need to worry about the threat posed by Princess Tianqing. In an instant, Yi Shiwen took the initiative to attack Zhanming. At this time, he had already more or less understood the amethyst crystal. Given his strength, it might not be difficult to defeat Chu Yin. However, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. It could even be said that it was simply impossible to accomplish. The amethyst crystal was known to have an invincible physique because it was simply impossible for anyone to injure a member of the amethyst crystal race. Therefore, he could only choose to get rid of Zhanming first. That way, he could easily get rid of Chu Yin. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist energy and the axe light collided. Yi Shiwen didn't even take a step back. He directly resisted Zhanming's axe light. His figure flickered once again. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Ming and punched out fiercely. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed with shock and anger. He retreated again and again, constantly dodging Yi Shiwen's astonishing fist energy. Chapter 1860. He was both shocked and angry. How could he not see that Yi Shiwen was treating him as a pushover? If he was in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he would definitely make the same choice as Yi Shiwen in a 1 versus 2 situation. He would first pick their weaknesses, and then defeat them one by one. In other words, he was regarded as the weakness that needed to be eliminated first. How could he not be shocked and angry? He was shocked because Yi Shiwen's strength was much stronger than the last time. Last time, Yi Shiwen had firmly suppressed him. This time, he had already entered the peak of profound life realm, but he was still not Yi Shiwen's opponent. In particular, Yi Shiwen had directly suppressed the battle fortress by himself. If he was in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he would definitely not be able to do so. Once he was hit, he could only wait for death. Therefore, if he was in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he would definitely not choose to attack the battle fortress. Not to mention, Yi Shiwen actually succeeded. It was simply unbelievable. He was angry because he was treated as a pushover. This was the first time he was treated as a pushover since his debut. In the past, no matter how many enemies he faced, he was always regarded as the most terrifying existence. The axe in his hand fiercely smashed towards Yi Shiwen. The astonishing axe light split the vast sky, shattered the chaos, and even the sun, moon, and stars were overturned. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid in the slightest. He blasted a punch after another and confronted him with tit for tat. Those axe lights chopped on his fists, but they couldn't do anything to him. Then they directly turned into energy and were absorbed by the divinities. Damn it, are you trying to ignore me? Chu Yin was also infuriated by Yi Shiwen, although he wasn't the one who was treated as a soft persimmon. But Yi Shiwen had dared to attack Zhang Ming in such an unbridled manner. He didn't put him in his eyes at all, and completely ignored his deterrent power. This was also a kind of humiliation for him. A terrifyingly gigantic hand grabbed out. The soaring cloud palm transformed into millions of weapons in the air and swept downwards, forming a gigantic cage. It seemed as though it could drown a person within this boundless sea of weapons. The yin-yang life and death diagram directly flew out from the top of Yi Shiwen's head. All the thousands of weapons that flew over were instantly absorbed into the diagram. Boom! That big hand slapped the yin-yang life and death pattern, causing a violent tremor. The mountains, rivers, and the universe shook violently. The void under Yi Shiwen's feet collapsed for hundreds of miles. One could imagine how terrifying the power of Chu Yun's attack was. He didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen directly. Yi Shiwen did not care and once again rushed towards Zhang Ming. Relying on the power of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he no longer cared about Chu Yun's threat. Zhang Ming was pushed back by Yi Shiwen. At this moment, he immediately realized that he had just stepped into the peak of the profound life stage. His cultivation was shallow and was even weaker than Chu Yun's. Moreover, he did not know what kind of monster Yi Shiwen was. He had clearly just stepped into the profound life stage. However, he had actually reached the initial stage in one go. Unless he met someone who had truly touched the profound death stage, it was impossible to find someone who could completely suppress him at the profound life stage. Facing Yi Shiwen's tide-like attack, Zhang Ming's body suddenly swelled up. Endless axe radiance splashed out. Like wind and fire, they borrowed each other's momentum and expanded. The endless axe radiance behind him formed a huge axe. The sharp axe radiance could cut through all martial arts. It was extremely sharp. His axe radiance was incomparably sharp. Any enemy would have a hard time withstanding it. However, Yi Shiwen was different. His tyrant body was good at both offense and defense. Ordinary attacks could not break through his defense. "I want to see if you can escape today," Zhang Ming said calmly. "I don't believe that you can fight against the two of us," any one of the two experts at the peak of the profound life realm had the strength to fight against Yi Shiwen, let alone two of them. Chu Yin, let's work together to kill him and split his wealth and martial arts. He must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters to be able to cultivate to such a level. If we can get them, even if he gets the treasury of the Master of Darkness, it will not be a wasted trip. Zhan Ming continued to provoke Chu Yun. He knew that the two of them had to work together. Otherwise, they might be defeated by Yi Shiwen one by one. He chose to come out at this time to borrow Chu Yan's strength to kill Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, he might really hide from Yi Shiwen in the future. At the same time, he also realized that Yi Shiwen had become a demon in his heart. Although it was only a little, it might develop into a demon in the future if it was not extinguished in time. Yi Shiwen would become a psychological shadow in his heart. At that time, his Tao heart would not be stable, and how could he prove his Tao? Yes, you're right. I'm not in a hurry now. Although the treasury of the Darkness Master is important, the secrets and wealth hidden in this guy's body are not inferior at all. Chu Yin quickly calmed down. At this time, Qin Lai and Jun Dingtian were already far away. They could not catch up with them. It was better to kill Yi Shiwen first and divide his fortuitous encounters and wealth. Die. At this time, Zhan Ming roared. A huge wheel appeared behind him. There were 12 beast heads engraved on the wheel. It was the 12 zodiac wheel. Suppress him for me. He roared. It was a little strenuous. However, the 12 zodiac wheel behind him slowly rotated. The shadows of the 12 zodiac gradually appeared and directly suppressed Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen recognized these phantoms. They were the resentful spirits of the 12 zodiac beasts that he had killed earlier. However, some of these phantoms had been devoured by Zhan Ming. Therefore, their phantoms were particularly solid. However, the rest of the phantoms that he had devoured were very faint. Yi Shiwen sneered. His eyes flashed with endless truth. At this time, he actually began to speculate the cultivation method of the 12 zodiac wheel and all kinds of information. Originally, it was impossible to deduce the complete cultivation method of the 12 zodiac wheel with just a glance. However, he had devoured more than half of the vengeful spirits of the 12 zodiac. These vengeful spirits were all absorbed by him. Their martial arts experience also fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. Although it was only an incomplete part, it was enough to deduce the mysteries of the 12 zodiac wheel. If Zhan Ming could deduce the 12 zodiac wheel with incomplete information, there was no reason why he couldn't do it. Yi Shiwen, this set of martial arts is very impressive. Yi Mo's voice rang out. Back then, the 12 zodiacs followed Saint Emperor Fuxi to conquer the world. They were all demon race experts who were conquered by Fuxi and later assimilated into the human race. Every one of them was a titled king expert. The 12 zodiac wheel that the 12 of them used together could even slightly contend against existences at the imperial emperor level. Furthermore, the higher one's cultivation, the more powerful the wheel would be. So that's how it is. I got it. Yi Shiwen kept retreating, and the 12 zodiac wheel kept pressing down on his body. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was being suppressed by his own wheel, Zhan Ming's face couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. At the same time, he held the axe in his hand and directly chopped at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had to dodge the axe and resist the attacks of the 12 zodiac wheel at the same time. For a moment, he seemed to be in a very difficult situation. On the other side, Chu Yin didn't just stand by and watch. Instead, he directly rushed forward and continuously rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. He wanted to fight hand-to-hand with him. Zhan Ming didn't dare to compete with Yi Shiwen in terms of physical strength, but he dared. Although his strength wasn't as great as Yi Shiwen's, he wasn't inferior in the slightest when it came to fighting. Moreover, it was just to delay Yi Shiwen so that Zhan Ming could defeat him. It wasn't difficult at all. As expected, although Yi Shiwen can be considered tyrannical, it's simply impossible for him to contend against two experts at the peak of the profound life realm. At this moment, someone couldn't help but sigh. To them, the three people in front of them were obstacles that prevented them from going deeper. They didn't have any bias towards them, but deep down, they still hoped that Yi Shiwen could create a miracle and defeat the two. Otherwise, it would be too dull. Now that they saw Yi Shiwen in an exceptionally miserable state under the attacks of the two people, and it seemed that he was about to be unable to hold on any longer, everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There's nothing we can do about it. Yi Shiwen is already very strong. I'm afraid that ordinary experts at the peak of the profound life realm won't be a match for him. It's a pity that either of the two people he encountered can be considered as top-notch experts. Opponents of the same realm can't be compared to them. However, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for the two of them to kill him. At their level, it's extremely difficult for them to kill each other. Didn't Yi Shiwen fail to kill Zhan Ming after defeating him? Chu Yin quickly set up the formation. We absolutely can't let him escape. His speed is too fast. If he escapes, all of our efforts will be in vain. Moreover, we'll have to face his pursuit in the future. Zhan Ming hastily shouted. At this moment, he recalled Yi Shiwen's frightening speed. If he were to escape, they would be in big trouble in the future. I know. However, he won't be able to escape, Chu Yin said confidently. Escape? Why do I have to escape? Yi Shiwen's clear voice rang out. It seemed to be somewhat strange. Zhan Ming, do you really think that I can't deal with you? You're too naive. Chapter 1861. Run away? Why should I run away? Yi Shiwen's clear voice sounded a little strange. Zhan Ming, do you really think that I can't deal with you? You're too naive. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly burst with the light of wisdom. Behind him, an incomparably huge turntable slowly rose, rumbling as it rotated. With every passing second, it seemed to increase his might. It turned out to be another 12 zodiac wheel. This zodiac wheel rotated with a rumbling sound, as if it was controlling everything around it, completely crushing everything into pieces. How is this possible? Zhan Ming looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. It was not only because Yi Shiwen had condensed the 12 zodiac grand wheel, but because Yi Shiwen's 12 zodiac grand wheel was much more complete and powerful than his. In fact, Yi Shiwen's 12 zodiac grand wheel was much more powerful than the 12 zodiac warriors at the peak of the profound life realm. The 12 zodiac grand wheel required the 12 zodiac warriors to work together, but Yi Shiwen was able to activate it by himself. It was enough to show how powerful Yi Shiwen's skills had become. Chu Yin, we must hurry up and join forces. This kid's cultivation is abnormally frightening. If we can't kill him, he will definitely become a great threat to us. Zhan Ming hurriedly roared. The two huge wheels collided in the void and devoured each other. Zhan Ming's 12 zodiac grand will seem so vulnerable in front of Yi Shiwen. It was not a match for him at all. Under the attacks of Yi Shiwen's 12 zodiac grand wheel, all of Zhan Ming's defenses collapsed and he was forced to retreat. Yi Shiwen's constant tolerance and retreat made Zhan Ming think that he was unable to deal with the 12 zodiac grand wheel. It was to allow Zhan Ming to continue using the 12 zodiac grand wheel so that he could have the opportunity to comprehend and deduce more details. After such a long time, he had finally deduced the mysteries of the 12 zodiac grand wheel. However, he was still far from mastering it, let alone using the legendary 12 zodiac grand wheel, the 12 king-ranked powerhouses. However, it was already much better than Zhan Ming's 12 zodiac big wheel. Moreover, his skill was also a notch higher than Zhan Ming's, so when they fought, he almost completely crushed Zhan Ming. At this time, Zhan Ming was already a little frightened. On one hand, he kept urging the 12 zodiac wheel, and on the other hand, a huge axe appeared in his hand. He directly chopped down. One attack and one defense, complementing each other. Many people were mesmerized by this scene. In fact, Zhan Ming's strength wasn't bad. His comprehension of martial arts wasn't bad either. However, the reason why he had become like this was because Yi Shiwen was too tyrannical. Die, heaven-splitting axe! He let out a deafening roar, and a gigantic axe condensed behind him. It was a condensation of all his comprehension of the axe Tao. It was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and it even had the power to split the heavens and earth. Amidst the whistling sound, a huge axe chopped down towards Yi Shiwen as if it was about to split the sky and the earth. The surrounding cosmos of day and night had been completely reversed, completely enveloping Yi Shiwen. It wanted to break the defense of the yin-yang life and death diagram in an instant. Not bad. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but admit that Zhan Ming was indeed an outstanding figure. If Zhan Ming hadn't met Yi Shiwen, it would have been much more difficult for Yi Shiwen to deal with him after Zhan Ming had completely consolidated his profound life realm peak and stepped into the small realm. However, all of this was useless. Every pore of Yi Shiwen's was emitting golden divinities. They directly unfolded and then turned into a golden god. This god directly unfolded, and then a huge hand grabbed towards the huge axe. Boom! An incomparably loud collision sound suddenly exploded, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles had completely collapsed. Both sides had done their best. Therefore, the power of this exchange was even more terrifying. The huge hand of the golden god that Yi Shiwen had turned into was directly smashed into pieces. The power of Zhan Ming's all-out attack was still very tyrannical. No one dared to ignore the sneak attack of such an expert. After directly smashing Yi Shiwen's golden hand into pieces, Zhan Ming attacked again almost in the next moment. The axe radiance in the sky bloomed with amazing light. It didn't matter whether it was day or night. It possessed endless power and covered everything. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Yi Shiwen sneered and directly took a step forward. The void instantly collapsed, and endless sword intent was directly forced out of his body. Then it turned into an incomparably huge iron sword and directly blasted towards the golden axe on the spot. Boom! A large area of the void of the universe collapsed, and endless laws were directly broken. It was a scene of doomsday everywhere. Both sides collided in the void, and then the huge axe suddenly exploded on the spot. What a powerful sword intent! What is this? Zhan Ming was shocked and immediately surrounded himself with boiling axe radiance to prevent himself from being hurt by the sword intent. He was also extremely shocked. In this sword intent, there was a king's way, a brilliant sword power that made everyone want to surrender. When it swept out, even he was shocked. If it wasn't for the special cultivation method that he practiced, ordinary people might not even be able to withstand this sword pressure. After smashing the axe radiance, Yi Shiwen instantly gained the upper hand. His big hand directly grabbed towards the void and directly grabbed a golden long sword. The sharp edge of the sword directly broke, and its target was directly Zhan Ming. Zhan Ming was directly forced by the sword intent. He quickly took out the axe in his hand and continuously defended in the void. He kept retreating and was directly forced by Yi Shiwen to directly retreat hundreds of miles. At this moment, just when the battle between the three of them was in full swing, suddenly there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the depths of the treasure house. Everyone was stunned for a moment and then instantly reacted. Someone was fighting inside. At this time, besides Qinlai and Jun Dingtian, who else would still be fighting inside? There was only one possibility for these two top-notch experts to break out into a conflict and start fighting without caring about anything else. They must have discovered some sort of extraordinary treasure, and that was the only possibility. Thinking of this, everyone's heart suddenly tightened. Even Qinlai and Jun Dingtian were tempted by those treasures, and even did not hesitate to fight for them. One could imagine how important those treasures were, and it was very likely that they were the national treasures of the country of darkness. Everyone's heart tightened at once. This was simply asking for their lives. After a while, Qin Lai's aura of extreme sublimation spread out, and the Sky Emperor Godly Fist was continuously blasted out as if it was free. Yi Shiwen's heart trembled. He did not expect Jun Dingtian to be a bit stronger than he had imagined. He was very clear about Qin Lai's strength, and under the circumstances of the Sky Emperor Godly Fist, he could even contend with the experts at the peak of the profound life realm. However, Jun Dingtian had directly forced Qin Lai to use the Sky Emperor Godly Fist, which was enough to prove how powerful his strength was. More importantly, Qin Lai did not seem to dare to stop for a moment, and actually continuously blasted out the Sky Emperor Godly Fist. According to Yi Mo, the Sky Emperor Godly Fist was the peerless lost technique of Heavenly Sovereign Fushi. In the past, no one knew how many top experts had been killed, and even some of them were at the Emperor level. This was a peerless figure who had once led the human clan to rise from the war between the three clans. Even the mysterious space in his body had almost drained him to calculate such a martial art. On the other hand, such a martial art must consume a lot of energy. If he had time, he might be able to persist for a little longer. But if he continuously blasted out the Sky Emperor Godly Fist, it would not take long for him to be completely exhausted. By that time, wouldn't he be at Jun Dingtian's mercy? Most importantly, it was very likely that the treasure would fall into Jun Dingtian's hands. Jun Dingtian was an opponent that even he was afraid of. If he allowed Jun Dingtian to develop like this, he had a hunch that one day, Jun Dingtian would become his greatest enemy. Thinking of this, he suddenly became nervous, but the two people in front of him were tightly entangled with him, and there was no way at all. Compared to Yi Shiwen, both Zhanming and Chu Yin were very nervous. If Qin Lai or Jun Dingtian were to get it, wouldn't they fall behind? However, they also knew that at this time, the more anxious they were, the more they couldn't be anxious. Chu Yun's expression gradually calmed down, but the movements of his body became more and more dangerous. There was a faint state of integration with the world, and the aura of his whole body was restrained. It erupted little by little, and each eruption was much more tyrannical than the previous one. Slowly, his aura grew all of a sudden, like a dark cloud that suddenly covered the entire sky. Step by step, he moved towards Yi Shiwen to suppress him. At this time, Yi Shiwen's main focus was on Zhanming. He wanted to kill Zhanming first, and then deal with Chu Yun. Therefore, in the face of Chu Yun's attack, Yi Shiwen constantly retreated and did not fight recklessly. He wanted to eliminate Zhanming first, and then consider other things. However, Chu Yun also knew what Yi Shiwen was thinking, and did not give him a chance, and pressed forward step by step. Everyone held their breath. No matter how anxious they were very clear that whether they could go in, and when they could go in, depended on these three people. Everyone only saw Chu Yun directly spread out his big hand, and slapped towards Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1862. Chu Yun's palm seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His face instantly turned pale, as if all the blood in his body had been sucked out in an instant, making his face look extremely pale. Yi Shiwen could see at a glance that Chu Yun's palm strike had burned a lot of his life force. His black hair had almost turned white in an instant. In order to compete for the treasure, he had gone all out. Only by defeating Yi Shiwen as soon as possible would he be able to get a share of the loot. At this point, he no longer had the thought of killing Yi Shiwen. Perhaps there would be hope if the battle continued for a long time, but he didn't have that much time. He also didn't want to work so hard just to make a wedding dress for someone else. In order to defeat Chu Yun and not let him continue to pester him, that was the best way. Even Yi Shiwen felt the danger of this palm, but his state of mind did not change. Although he was anxious, he was in the calmest state, allowing him to make the most accurate judgment. At this time, he was not in a hurry at all. Golden divinities constantly emerged from his body, wrapping him in it, making him look like a god living in this world. A majestic power was boiling from his body. Those golden divinities directly turned into a huge golden god. This god at that moment instantly attacked Chu Yun's palm. In the void, the palm transformed into a golden light that filled the sky. Countless huge hands were formed and, like an ocean, they flooded towards Chu Yun. Boom! 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 A loud rumbling sound resounded, and Yi Shiwen's countless big hands were smashed into pieces by Chu Yun's palm attack. However, more and more giant hands appeared. It was as if there was no end to the number of giant hands. Slowly, Chu Yun's big hands were completely submerged. Using quantity to win, Yi Shiwen's body's qi was far more than the experts of the same realm by many times. This qi swept out like the yellow river, unfathomable, almost immeasurable. On the face of the god, there was a slight sneer, as if laughing at Chu Yun's overconfidence. And in front of this god, Yi Shiwen directly attacked. He suddenly stepped on his feet, and his figure directly flew out like a golden lightning, directly smashing towards Chu Yun's head. Chu Yun's head was the hardest part of his entire body. If his body was as hard as metal, then his head was as hard as a diamond. It was incomparably hard, far surpassing normal metal. At this time, he also saw Yi Shiwen's intention. Yi Shiwen wanted to take advantage of the situation, and while he had the upper hand, Yi Shiwen chased after him and severely injured him in one fell swoop. No, I can't let him succeed. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Yi Shiwen's golden hand that had been completely submerged in the sky. This was condensed by burning his life force, but it still couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. At this time, he hurriedly retreated. He couldn't let Yi Shiwen succeed. Otherwise, his ending would be extremely miserable. He would be seriously injured by Yi Shiwen. Through the previous exchange, he was very clear that Yi Shiwen's physical strength was tyrannical. Even he couldn't compare to Yi Shiwen. And just at the moment when his body retreated, Yi Shiwen had already pounced on him, chasing him closely. Damn it! He finally saw that Yi Shiwen really wanted to kill him. At this time, he finally understood how Zhanming felt just now. The feeling of being completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen was too aggrieved. Even if he had extraordinary confidence in his own body, he did not dare to resist Yi Shiwen's bombardment like this. The golden god behind Yi Shiwen directly shot out thousands of rays of golden light and shot out a monstrous big hand. It didn't use any exquisite palm technique. It was just a simple grab. The essence of one strength can overcome 10 was displayed incisively and vividly in this move. At this time, when he was about to call for Zhanming to attack, he saw that Zhanming, who had finally escaped from Yi Shiwen's clutches, had no intention of cooperating with him to block Yi Shiwen. Zhanming actually took advantage of the time when he was blocking Yi Shiwen to escape and jumped into the depths of the treasure house. Damn it, Zhanming, I must kill you! Chu Yun constantly roared angrily. At this time, one could imagine the anger in his heart being betrayed by his ally. In an instant, Zhanming had already surpassed the degree of hatred in his heart for Yi Shiwen. He and Yi Shiwen had a normal collision and confrontation, but it was completely different when he was completely betrayed by Zhanming, although they were only a temporary alliance and did not have much trust in each other. Being betrayed like this still made him suddenly furious. If someone had to betray someone, it could only be him who betrayed someone else. Moreover, he did not betray Zhanming just now, but he was betrayed at this time. This was intolerable. Yi Shiwen, it is meaningless for you to stop me at this time. If the treasures are divided by the 3 of them, what is the point of you stopping me? Chu Yun kept retreating as he roared. If you really want to fight, then we can only fight to the death, and both of us will suffer. You want to fight to the death with me? You are thinking too much. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly, but in retrospect, indeed, what Chu Yun said made sense. Now that Zhanming had also taken advantage of the situation to escape, there was no point in stopping him. Moreover, now that Zhanming and Chu Yun had completely fallen out, letting Chu Yun go would instead give Zhanming a headache for a while. These 2 top experts, even if they were in dire straits, it would not be easy for him to kill them. It was really not worth it to fight to the death with them now. "I will let you go for today," Yi Shiwen said, and directly grabbed Princess Tianqing, and then instantly turned into a ball of lightning, rushing into the depths of the treasure house. Chu Yin, who had escaped a disaster, was obviously relieved at this time, and then his eyes looked at the two figures in the depths of the treasure house, bursting with hatred. Damn it, Yi Shiwen, Zhan Ming, sooner or later, I will make you die without a burial place," he kept roaring in a low voice. Since his debut until now, when had he suffered such a big loss? 2 against 1. But he could not defeat Yi Shiwen, and more importantly, he was betrayed by Zhan Ming. If there was a chance in the future, he must thoroughly kill these two to avenge today's shame. White smoke constantly rose from the top of his head, and not long after, the white hair on his head turned black again, looking no different from before. However, he knew that this time he had suffered a big loss, and even burned his life to fight. It was really a double loss. Thinking of this, he did not dare to stay for a moment, and hurriedly rushed into the depths of the treasure house. At this moment, when everyone saw the situation, how could they still have the slightest hesitation? They all leaped into the depths of the treasure vault. For a moment, the scene was incomparably chaotic. Endless treasure light and divine light collided continuously in the sky. It was simply like a flower of fireworks. At this time, Yi Shiwen had directly entered the depths of the treasure house, and in an instant, Zhan Ming, who was originally in front of him, directly turned a corner and rushed into another side hall. Yi Shiwen did not chase after him, but directly flew towards the place where Qin Lai and Jun Dingtian were fighting, because there must be great treasures there. At this time, how would Zhan Ming dare to go with Yi Shiwen? If it was possible, Yi Shiwen would not mind killing him on the way. Both of them could barely contend against Yi Shiwen, let alone one person. This hall was incomparably wide, and it was called the Dark Hall. Upon entering the Dark Palace, Yi Shiwen immediately sensed that the endless darkness aura had suddenly become denser. It had formed an extremely frightening pressure that spread in all directions. It made it extremely difficult for anyone to approach it. At this time, even Princess Tianqing, who had also entered the profound life realm, could already feel the strong pressure from just the periphery, and even felt a sense of suffocation. Bursts of golden rays of light appeared around Yi Shiwen's body, forming a domain. However, this domain couldn't expand as far as it usually could. In fact, it could only maintain a distance of less than 100 meters. However, it was enough for him to wander around in this domain. Yi Shiwen didn't stop at all and directly rushed inside. He saw that it was an incomparably large hall. Above the hall, there were many dark instruments placed all around, constantly exuding terrifying rays of light and deathly aura. It was unknown how many years these countless instruments had been stored in order to form such a huge coercion. Any one of these instruments could be said to be priceless, and just a few of them added up would be worth the value of a dragon's vein. Moreover, there were thousands of instruments at a glance. This can't be an arsenal, right? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, "Now that you've put it that way, that might really be the case. It's rumored that the Darkness Master is a general under the command of the Master of Undead Spirits. Back then, when the Master of Undead Spirits was waging war across the world, the Darkness Master led an army by himself. It's highly possible that this place is an armory. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many magical weapons here." Princess Tianqing nodded her head and said, "Moreover, it's very obvious that these magic tools have been arranged into a gigantic formation. Their oppressive auras are linked together. That's why they're so powerful. Even profound life stage experts find it difficult to walk. If it was a king rank expert, I'm afraid that he or she would have exploded into a bloody mist the moment they entered." Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. These were all profound weapons, used by profound realm experts. Thousands of profound weapons were enough to arm thousands of profound realm experts. Even in the era of the rise of kings, this was still a powerful force that could sweep through all directions. Chapter 1863. What surprised Ishuin even more was that, in the center of the hall, there was a huge corpse sitting cross-legged on a huge throne in the center of the hall. He saw that this huge throne was surrounded by countless lamps. These lamps were flickering with dark ghost flames. They had been burning since a long time ago, but after so many years, these endless dark ghost flames still showed no signs of extinguishing. This is Ghost Heart Flame. At this time, Yemo suddenly shouted, "Yi Shiwen, you are going to be rich." "Ha ha ha, this is Ghost Heart Flame." "What is this?" Yi Shiwen asked. "This is a very rare flame, and this kind of flame can't be refined by ordinary means. It is a supreme treasure for practicing ghost cultivation. It is said that this flame has absorbed the heart flames of countless ghosts. This is the wisdom of countless ghosts. So if you ignite a ghost heart flame, it is like there are countless people thinking for you. You can quickly reach a conclusion. Therefore, this ghost heart flame is also used to promote cultivation." Yemo said hurriedly, "However, I have only seen a few of these flames in the Demon King's treasure house. Even the Demon King didn't have a place to collect so many ghost heart flames. Moreover, at the level of the Demon King, the ghost heart flame is basically useless to him. It is just an ordinary flame, so there aren't many of them. However, this ghost heart flame has a miraculous effect even for king-level powerhouses or gods. For those below king-level powerhouses, they will advance by leaps and bounds. I can't believe that there are so many ghost heart flames here. Haha, Yi Shiwen, you are going to be rich." Compared to the ghost heart flame that Yemo mentioned, Yi Shiwen was more concerned about who was so extravagant to have so many ghost heart flames. According to Yemo, in the outside world, one ghost heart flame was already very rare. His gaze pierced through the ghost heart fire and landed on the tall figure sitting cross-legged on the throne. Ghost heart flame, there really is ghost heart flame. Princess Tianqing suddenly seemed to have lost her mind. "I always thought that this was just a legend. I didn't expect that this dark palace actually exists, and this ghost heart flame really exists. You know the origin of this ghost heart flame?" Yi Shiwen saw that she seemed to know, so he quickly asked. "Yes, if I'm not wrong, this should be the sleeping chamber of the Lord of Darkness back then. The ancestors of our country of darkness had once entered this place and obtained our country of darkness's guardian artifact here." Princess Tianqing said, "How precious is the ghost heart flame? Even if our dark nation is close to the undead soul abyss, and there are endless dead creatures and ghosts, we don't dare to say how many ghost heart flames there are. I've only seen a ghost heart flame in the ancestral temple of the Dark Palace. It is said that our ancestors obtained it from the Dark Palace. It has been burning since ancient times, and it hasn't stopped burning until now. Now, that place is the most desired place for our royal family, but only those who have made great contributions are qualified to comprehend it. The ancient books of our royal family once mentioned that there are countless ghost heart flames burning in the Dark Palace all year round. Our ancestors spent a lot of effort, but only managed to bring back one. Moreover, it is said that they were cursed by the gods and died not long after that." Princess Tianqing was still incomparably shocked. "I didn't believe it at first. It was just nonsense. The ghost heart flame is a very rare treasure even in the Azura clan. I wouldn't have even heard of it if we didn't have one burning in our palace. I didn't expect that the ancient books of the royal family would actually be true." "Then, is there any record in the ancient books of your royal family? Who is this person?" Yi Shiwen pointed to the figure sitting on the throne and said, "There are no records. However, according to the records in our imperial family's ancient records, our founding ancestor once left behind a message. According to that speculation, it is very possible that this person is the deceased Darkness Master. It seems that after experiencing a great battle with a powerful enemy, he finally died in the Darkness Palace. Princess Tian Qing guessed. Yi Shiwen suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What kind of existence was the Dark Lord? He was a god. He had heard a lot about the fallen gods. He had even joined hands with Yi Mo to kill a god and had cheated him of his benefits. However, he had never seen the true body of a god. If it was true, then he had really struck it rich this time. Compared to the corpse of a deity, the ghost heart flame was nothing. Even if he had twice as much, it still wouldn't be able to compare to the corpse of a deity. What was a god? It was the greatest existence in the world. It was an immortal life that transcended the 3 realms and didn't belong to the 5 elements. The laws of the world couldn't do anything to such a great existence. Their flesh itself was the most mystical existence in the world. However, Yi Shiwen looked at the corpse sitting cross-legged on the throne. It seemed that it had begun to wither and become thin. It seemed that after countless years, even the corpse of a god had begun to be corroded by time. Something is wrong. Yi Shiwen immediately discovered that something was wrong. If it is a god, then it is absolutely impossible for it to decay. A god is an existence that has already broken away from the shackles of life and death. It is an existence that is beyond the control of time. Even if they are dead, their flesh will absolutely not decay. Their flesh will also exist eternally and live as long as the world. The more powerful an expert was, the longer they could last after they passed away. For a life that had already transcended the mortal world like a god, there was no such thing as decay. Their words were the law. Even when they died, the laws on their body would automatically draw the power of the world and form a natural tomb. It was enough to bury any expert below the Tao confirmation realm. Even if it was a dead god, their corpses couldn't be approached. They couldn't be desecrated. Even if they were dead, the laws around their bodies were enough to kill a profound death realm expert. However, he couldn't see any signs of a divine kingdom. Although there were countless ghost heart flames, which seemed very impressive, it still didn't make sense. That's not right. This is indeed a god. Yimo's voice sounded. Gods are immortal and eternal because they have formed their own divine kingdom. That is their own world. In that world, they have formed their own rules and laws. They have integrated into their own divine kingdom, so they are not controlled by the laws of the outside world. Thus, they have jumped out of the 3 realms and are no longer within the 5 elements. This is also the Tao confirmation realm, and they have broken away from the control of life and death. However, the laws on this Dark Lord's body have completely collapsed. He was forcefully shattered by someone, which is why he has become like this. I can still feel some remnant aura of the laws. Although there isn't much left, it is still terrifying. Said Yi Mo, if we speculate from this, everything makes sense. How can there be so many ghost heart flames here, other than a god like the Dead Spirit Lord who controls the dead spirits and her subordinates? How can anyone else collect so many ghost heart flames? I'm afraid that these ghost heart flames are also used by the Dark Lord to suppress evil and ward off ghosts. Yi Mo squinted his eyes and said, the more powerful an expert is, the more difficult it is for him to turn into a zombie after he passes away. However, once it happens, it will be a great disaster. After those evil spirits are born, they will become another kind of evil life. Once they are born, it will be a disaster for all the worlds. Originally, this is impossible for a god to exist. Even if they pass away, the laws on their bodies are enough to suppress all evil spirits, so they don't have to worry about this at all. However, the laws on the Dark Lord's body have been shattered by someone. Although the probability is very small, it is still possible for him to turn into a zombie. This is something that no immortal expert can tolerate. It has nothing to do with righteousness or evil. Such a great and noble creature will never allow its body to be desecrated and controlled by those lowly existences. And the ghost heart flames are the best item to suppress evil and ward off ghosts. With the suppression of the ghost heart flames, there won't be any accidents. No wonder. Yi Mo's tone was filled with a sense of enlightenment. Yi Shiwen was deeply shocked. He might not have known how terrifying an undying, titled king expert was in the past. However, he could feel it now. Just an abyssal demon master that had yet to attain Tao validation had already turned the entire ancient Baron's continent upside down. It was as though he was about to conquer the entire ancient Baron's continent. Such an expert's laws were shattered by someone. His own divine kingdom was shattered, and he passed away miserably here. Who could possess such tyrannical strength? Yi Shiwen felt his blood boiling just thinking about it. There were still so many powerful experts in this world. His journey had only just begun. Beside him, Princess Tianqing took a big stride forward. She stretched out her hand and was about to grab a large amount of the ghost heart flames. Before Yi Shiwen could stop her, he heard a scream. Then he saw Princess Tianqing being sent flying by a powerful rebound. If Yi Shiwen hadn't caught her, she would have been sent flying out of the hall. Humph! Yi Mo sneered in disdain. These ghost heart flames have already been arranged into an extremely powerful array. They are one with the entire treasury. If you want to attack the ghost heart flames, you will have to attack the entire hall and the entire treasury. How can you succeed? Yi Mo, haven't you always said that you want a physical body? What do you think about the Lord of Darkness? Chapter 1864. Yi Shiwen looked around and saw that the ghost heart fire in the entire hall had completely linked up to form a natural array formation. This array formation had borrowed the power of the world and was extremely marvelous. Even after countless years, it still possessed considerable power. The power of heaven and earth was the most vast and boundless. Nothing could go against the power of heaven and earth, not even the gods. The Lord of Darkness had ignited so many ghost heart flames. It was probably not only to suppress evil and avoid ghosts, but also to prevent powerful living creatures from approaching. No wonder both Qinlai and Jun Dingtian didn't do anything, even though they knew it was the corpse of an expert. It turned out to be because of this reason. Otherwise, he didn't believe that the two of them would let go of such a great benefit. Yi Mo, didn't you always say that you want a body? What do you think about the Lord of Darkness? Yi Shiwen suddenly had a thought. The reason why the corpses of these powerhouses were so terrifying was because these powerhouses were already very powerful, even after death. Therefore, once their corpses developed intelligence, they would quickly become very powerful and bring disaster to an area. On the other hand, if Yi Mo could enter the body of the Lord of Darkness, wouldn't he be able to quickly become a powerful fighting force? Yi Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although the Lord of Darkness's laws and divine kingdom had fallen to the bottom, he could quickly become a powerful fighting force if he could enter the body. It would be much easier for him to take revenge on the Lord of the Abyss. Yi Mo still couldn't let go of Yulian's death. However, if the Lord of Darkness's laws and divine kingdom hadn't been destroyed, he wouldn't have had the chance to enter the body. He would have been destroyed on the spot if he had approached it. A tool spirit like him didn't have a physical body. He was like a wandering ghost. If he dared to approach it, he would definitely be killed instantly. Boom! 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 At the other end of the hall, explosions could be heard. The fight between Qinlai and Jun Dingtian was still going on, and it wasn't over yet. Both of them fought deep into the hall, as if they were really going to fight to the death. They didn't have any intention of stopping. But these ghost heart flames are probably the biggest problem now. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said with a slight headache, a formation arranged by a deity-level master could be said to be flawless. It was simply impossible to rush into such a formation. Yi Shiwen, you're not thinking of rushing in, are you? At this time, Princess Tianqing had just barely managed to calm down the surging blood and qi caused by the collision with the ghost heart fire. Yes, Yi Shiwen didn't hide it and quickly nodded. Indeed, this is a formation left behind by a deity. It should have been flawless, and even I have no way of forcing my way in. But do you remember that Princess Tianqing said that her ancestor once obtained a ghost heart flame from here? In other words, this formation is no longer flawless. Although it's a little troublesome, I still have a way. Yi Mo gave a definite answer. That's great. If you can enter the flesh shell of the Lord of Darkness, then you will quickly become a formidable fighting force. Yi Shiwen said excitedly. Theoretically, that's true. However, you shouldn't expect too much. I won't be able to display the basic fighting strength of a deity, even if I enter this godly shell. That's because all of its principles have been shattered. So, it's only at the level of a tyrannical body at most. Yi Mo poured a bucket of cold water on Yi Shiwen. He seemed to know what Yi Shiwen was thinking. Yi Shiwen was a little disappointed. It was just as Yi Mo had thought. He had thought that Yi Mo would be able to quickly master the physical body of the Lord of Darkness and display powerful combat power. He might even be able to reach the level of a god. If that was the case, he would be able to immediately look for the Abyss Devil Master to settle the score. Even if the Abyss Devil Master had proven himself, there was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, judging from Yi Mo's expression, it was impossible for that to happen. I'll have to wait until I take control of this divine shell before I know what kind of combat power I can unleash. Moreover, even if I take control of the divine shell, I'll have to restart my cultivation step by step, Yi Mo said calmly. He had not yet been overwhelmed by these things. However, I need you to use that mysterious space to deduce the mysteries of this formation, Yi Mo said. All right. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and immediately began to deduce. This was a formation set up by a deity. Even if it was just a simple deduction, it would consume a large amount of spiritual qi. Thus, it would be burned to ashes in an instant. At the same time, Yi Shiwen's understanding of the formation continued to rise. Although he did not specialize in the formation, he still had some understanding of the formation. However, he was surprised to find that his cultivation base was showing signs of breaking through just by deducing the array formation Tao. As the saying goes, mastering one method leads to all methods. His cultivation and understanding of the formation continued to rise, and he actually showed signs of a breakthrough. Thinking of this, he was no longer in a hurry to intervene in the battle between Qinlai and Jun Dingtian. Instead, he continued to try his best to deduce the mysterious formation. Princess Tianqing looked at the person beside her in astonishment. She could not believe it. He seemed to be deducing something. Every minute and every second, there was an amazing change in his body. This change was constantly reflected in his aura, improving his temperament and making him more confident. He did not know what kind of enlightenment could make his temperament change so much in such a short time. Then she saw Yi Shiwen walking step by step towards the ghost heart fire formation. 1 step, 2 steps. Although it was not a lot, she was surprised to find that Yi Shiwen did not seem to be rejected by the ghost heart fire formation. On the contrary, he seemed to be faintly integrated with it. She was shocked because she knew very well how much this formation repelled outsiders. It could even be said that there was no way to get close to it. But Yi Shiwen was actually able to get close to it step by step and pass through the entire ghost heart fire formation. For her, it was like seeing a miracle. Around Yi Shiwen, there seemed to be many miracles happening at any time. However, these miracles were constantly shocking her soul. He was constantly completing one thing after another. In her opinion, it should be impossible for him to complete things. He was simply a monster. Yes, at this time, it seemed that the best way to describe him was to call him a monster. She looked at Yi Shiwen with a complicated look in her eyes. Finally, she made up her mind and left. She flew directly towards the passage in the other corner of the hall, as if she knew something. While Yi Shiwen was constantly deducing the entire ghost heart fire formation, he was also paying attention to the situation around him at the same time. This kind of multitasking was not a problem for him. Seeing that Princess Tianqing was leaving, he did not stop her. He understood that Princess Tianqing had promised a lot of benefits in order to get him on board. How could she not have any ulterior motives? It was just that she was not plotting against him. In the treasure house of the Lord of Darkness, there must be something that she really needed. Even the divine artifact of the nation could not be used to obtain it. Sooner or later, their alliance would be separated. There was nothing strange about that. Moreover, he could not separate himself at this time. He could only wholeheartedly deduce the mystery of the ghost heart fire formation. This was related to whether Yi Mo could enter the Lord God's shell. For him, it was related to the future fight against the Abyss Devil Lord. It was extremely important. Compared to this, Jun Dingtian and Qin Lai were nothing. One step, one step, one step. He constantly shuttled through the ghost heart fire formation. Every step he took represented that his understanding of the formation and the formation Tao had climbed to a whole new level. His speed was shockingly fast, as if he didn't stop at all. He passed through step by step, but at the same time, the amount of spiritual energy in his body had also reached a shocking level. Even for a prodigal like him who often wasted money, he still felt the pain in his heart. Although it was not as much as when he was deducing the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist, it was enough to slowly dry up his wealth. The more he deduced, the more shocked he became. The more he understood the power of the Lord of Darkness. Even if he could only deduce a little bit of the God's strength through the formation Tao, it was already shocking enough. One by one, the dragon veins, the wealth that he felt could not be depleted in the past, was madly burning at an alarming speed at this time. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, he finally passed through the entire ghost heart fire formation. The moment he passed through the ghost heart fire formation, a powerful pressure swept over, causing him to wake up in an instant. At that moment, he seemed to see the Lord of Darkness coming back to life and looking at him. Instantly, he broke out in a cold sweat and felt a chill down his back. If the Lord of Darkness was still alive, he would probably collapse with just one look. He took a look again and realized that the wealth in the heavenly Yuan territory had almost been depleted. However, at the same time, he had completely grasped the mysteries of the ghost heart fire formation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to integrate it. Hence, although he had exhausted a large amount of wealth, he still felt that it was worth it. After comprehending the formation, he felt that his cultivation realm had been greatly improved. He could vaguely feel that he had reached the profound death realm. This was a sign that he had completely reached the peak of the profound life realm. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. At this moment, a shocking demonic aura in his body turned into a figure and directly rushed into the divine shell of the Lord of Darkness on the throne. Chapter 1865. The moment Yi Mo charged into the god shell, a powerful beam of light burst out from the god shell and enveloped the entire area. Damn it, Yi Shiwen. This is bad. This divine shell has already given birth to spiritual intelligence. Yi Mo's voice came from inside. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt cold sweat dripping down his back. This divine shell had actually given birth to spiritual intelligence. In other words, there was a possibility of a corpse coming back to life. If the corpse of a god came back to life, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it wasn't as terrifying as it was when it was alive, it could still easily tear him apart. Then, the entire divine shell burst out with deathly energy and demonic energy. Yi Shiwen could tell that the demonic energy belonged to Yi Mo. As for the remaining deathly energy, it was clear that it belonged to the spiritual wisdom of the Lord of Darkness. Even though the spiritual intelligence was still very weak, it was born from the body itself. It was the natural master. Yi Mo was an outsider. At this moment, it was very easy for him to be expelled. The human body was originally very complicated. It contained the truth of the universe. Even an absolute powerhouse would have to face many taboos if they wanted to take over the body. They might even suffer a counterattack and perish. At this moment, Yi Mo and the new spiritual intelligence collided. The strength of both parties wasn't strong enough to burst the body of the Lord of Darkness. Instead, they treated this place as a battlefield. Yi Mo's entry seemed to have disrupted the rhythm of the original spiritual intelligence. However, the deathly aura that represented the spiritual intelligence still had the absolute upper hand. Just as Yi Xuan was in shock, he suddenly saw the corpse that was originally sitting cross-legged on the throne with its eyes closed suddenly jumped out, and a big hand directly grabbed Yi Xuan's neck. The steel-like big hand tore the space apart. It seemed as if it was going to smash the entire world into pieces in an instant. Yi Xuan was startled. He quickly stepped on the golden waves, and his figure flickered unceasingly. He leaped into the ghost heart fire array behind him. This big hand followed him like a shadow. No matter how Yi Xuan tore the space, or how he dodged, it was useless. He couldn't avoid it. He could only see this big hand getting closer and closer. Just when Yi Xuan was about to be grabbed by this huge hand, he suddenly saw that the body of the Lord of Darkness was suddenly covered by endless demon energy. Dense demon energy erupted, and the huge hand stopped in midair. Yi Xuan couldn't help but gasp for breath. His neck was almost broken. This was the immortal's corpse. Even without the protection of the law, it was still an indestructible and untainted existence. Even if it was his tyrant body, if he was caught, his neck would be broken on the spot. There was no other possibility. He could tell that Yi Mo was fighting with the spiritual intelligence for control of the physical body. At this moment, Yi Mo's sudden outburst had allowed him to gain control of the physical body of the Lord of Darkness. Indeed, not long after, more deathly aura emerged from the body of the Master of Darkness, and it regained the upper hand. Yi Xuan, the spiritual intelligence in the divine shell, is about to take shape. Moreover, it is about to fuse with the divine shell, said Yi Mo. There was a bit of anxiety in his voice. Isn't it said that the ghost heart fire is protecting it to suppress evil and ward off ghosts? So it won't produce any evil things? Asked Yi Xuan. I don't know. Something must have gone wrong. However, it is precisely because of the protection of the ghost heart fire. Otherwise, it would have turned into a corpse after such a long time. Yi Mo also didn't know what exactly went wrong that allowed the spiritual intelligence to be born in the divine shell. The real priority now is to suppress this spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, even I will be devoured by it and become its nutrients. On the contrary, if I can devour it, I can fuse with it. In that case, the divine shell won't reject me. In that case, the time for me to completely control the divine shell will be greatly reduced. Let's do it! Yi Xuan immediately took action without any hesitation. As Seal, word burst out from his body and turned into a huge shadow. It was about to grab the divine shell of the Lord of Darkness. However, in an instant, the surrounding rules were torn apart. He couldn't help but look a bit shocked. This was the first time that his seal word had completely failed. Yi Xuan, your pseudo-Dao runes are useless. Pseudo-Dao runes are condensed by people who haven't reached the Dao realm. It is impossible to use the martial arts comprehension of people who haven't reached the Dao realm to suppress a Dao realm powerhouse, shouted Yi Mo hurriedly. Although the pseudo-Dao runes possessed some of the abilities of Dao runes, they weren't real Dao runes. It was impossible to suppress a Dao realm powerhouse with them. Yi Xuan squinted his eyes. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind as he thought of the best solution. Hurry up! If this goes on, I will be devoured by him, said Yi Mo. Yi Xuan suddenly thought of something. He pinched his finger, and a page of scripture flew out of his body. It turned into the image of a huge deity and poured into the body of the Lord of Darkness. Suddenly, golden light shone brightly, and the deathly aura that was getting stronger and stronger was suppressed. This was the page of ancient God scripture in Yi Xuan's body. This page of ancient God scripture that he had obtained from the fifth god had a great origin. At that time, it was rumored that it was an ancient scripture left behind by a deity. It recorded the comprehension of a deity. Yi Shiwen still had some doubts at that time. However, he didn't have any doubts at this time. This was the only possibility. Only the existence of a deity could suppress a deity. With the help of the ancient god scripture, Yi Mo had gained a firm foothold in the body of the Lord of Darkness. He was no longer in a situation where he was losing ground. In terms of the strength of the divine consciousness, this spiritual wisdom had been nurtured for tens of thousands of years. It had gradually taken root in the entire body of the Lord of Darkness. If it was allowed to continue developing like this, it wouldn't take long for it to come back to life and become a powerhouse of the next generation. It was a pity that it had met Yi Shiwen and Yi Mo. Whether it was to enter the Lord of Darkness's shell or to survive and prevent the Lord of Darkness's shell from coming back to life, they would never allow this spiritual wisdom to continue developing like this. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the body of the Lord of Darkness, there were continuous, loud explosions. Both sides had directly used the body of the Lord of Darkness as a battlefield. They were constantly fighting. This was the most fundamental competition of strength. Both sides had their own advantages. The spiritual wisdom of the Lord of Darkness had taken root in the body of the Lord of Darkness. It was born with a huge advantage. On the other hand, Yi Mo was experienced. He was an old devil who had lived for God knows how many years. In addition, he had the help of the ancient God scripture. He was the best at restraining such evil beings. For a time, both sides were evenly matched, and there was no difference between them at all. Yi Shiwen, you don't have to worry about us. This guy is very difficult to deal with, but I can handle it. With the help of the ancient God scripture, I already have a way to suppress him. With the protection of the ghost heart flame formation, I believe no one can break in. Therefore, you don't have to watch. Go and look for the country of Darkness's divine weapon. That country of Darkness's divine weapon is crucial for me to deal with the Abyss Devil Master in the future. It must not fall into the hands of Jun Dingtian. Yi Mo's voice came from the body of the Lord of Darkness. Yi Shiwen looked at the situation in the body of the Lord of Darkness. The Devil Chi and Death Chi occupied half of the body of the Lord of Darkness. In the end, he agreed with Yi Mo. At this time, the only ones who could decide the outcome of the battle were themselves. He couldn't intervene at all. Moreover, this place was completely surrounded by the ghost heart fire ray. So, other people simply couldn't come in. Not everyone had the ability and financial resources of Yi Shiwen. He had actually deduced the mysteries of the entire ghost heart fire ray. Thinking of this, he did not stay any longer. He tore the space apart and passed through the ghost heart fire formation. Then he flew towards the direction where Qin Lai and Jun Dingtian were fighting. At this time, he had already seen through all the mysteries of the ghost heart fire formation, so he did not have any scruples at all. At this time, the battle between Jun Dingtian and Qin Lai seemed to be about to end. Qin Lai's aura was also getting weaker. Although his strength was not bad, and the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist was even more magical, he could even fight against an ordinary expert at the peak of the profound life realm. However, it was obvious that Jun Dingtian was not an ordinary expert at the peak of the profound life realm. His strength was also far beyond the existence of the same realm. In just a short while, Yi Shiwen had arrived at the battlefield of the two sides. The other side of the hall had been completely turned into a battlefield. The entire hall had been destroyed by the two sides. In the void, there was a huge flag fluttering in the air. It was a gloomy flag that was completely black. It was a strange black color that made people feel like they were being sucked into it with just a glance. This flag was constantly emitting waves of fluctuations. These waves of fluctuations directly affected the surrounding space, causing the surrounding space to form a special domain, completely isolating itself from the surroundings. Around this flag, two figures were constantly colliding in the void. Their speed was so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Yi Shiwen directly directed his chi to his eyes and opened his heavenly eye. At a glance, he could see that the two colliding figures were none other than Jun Dingtian and Qin Lai. Bang! With a loud roar, Qin Lai was directly blasted away. He directly crashed into the ground of the hall, creating a big hole. Chapter 1866. Puff! Qin Lai spat out a mouthful of blood. His body twitched a few times on the ground, but he was unable to get up in the end. His body was extraordinary as well. The powerful body cultivation technique from the martial great sect made him almost invincible among his peers. Who would have expected that he would suffer such a huge loss in the hands of Jun Dingtian? Jun Dingtian's background was unknown. Even Princess Tianqing, whom Yi Shiwen thought was omnipotent, was unknown. Yet he was able to completely suppress these geniuses. One could only imagine how tyrannical his strength was. Compared to Yi Shiwen, Jun Dingtian was more like an unorthodox person with no inheritance. After all, Yi Shiwen was from the Yi family, so he was not completely without a master. Only Jun Dingtian's background was unknown to everyone. Otherwise, the major forces would not be so surprised by Jun Dingtian's strength. Although they did not know where Jun Dingtian came from, it was not difficult to guess that he must have a very powerful inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to compete with Qin Lai and the others. Besides Qin Lai, the other martial arts grandmaster experts had already fallen to the ground and were wailing in pain. They had been completely defeated in the previous battle. If it were not for Qin Lai, they would not have been able to hold on until now. They would have been completely annihilated. Overconfident, Jun Dingtian sneered disdainfully. He did not take these martial, great, sect people seriously at all. You. The faces of the people from the martial organization turned red with anger. Wherever they went, they were treated as the pride of the heavens. No matter what kind of power they were from, no one dared to look down on them, let alone treat them as trash, overestimating one's capabilities. They often said these words, but at this moment it sounded so sarcastic and sullen. Qin Lai, in particular, clenched his fists. He was unwilling to give up. They were one level apart, just one level apart. But it was this one level that separated him from Jun Dingtian. He would never be able to catch up with Jun Dingtian. He had fought with all his might, but he had only received the evaluation of overestimating himself. It was as if the two of them were not on the same level at all. Even a person like him would end up being overconfident in Jun Dingtian's eyes. If he stepped into the peak of the profound life stage, everything would be completely different. Jun Dingtian didn't even look at them. His eyes were all on the flag in the void. That flag was constantly emitting an astonishing aura that spread out in all directions. Jun Dingtian was a little confused. Whoosh! He directly grabbed out a huge hand from the void, covering the sky and covering the earth as he grabbed the flag, wanting to subdue the flag. However, this flag instantly surged with a boundless aura. Almost in an instant, it automatically flew up and blasted towards the giant hand. Boom! The shockingly huge hand was directly penetrated by the flag. Interesting. Jun Dingtian sneered. He directly grabbed out and attacked the flag again. However, at this moment, a gigantic golden sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down, slashing towards the gigantic hand. Bang! There was a loud collision sound, as if two huge iron blocks collided in the void. The giant hand and the sword collided. Who is it? Jun Dingtian reacted almost immediately. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. He directly swept over and instantly found Yi Shiwen, who was hiding at the side. Or rather, at this point, Yi Shiwen had no intention of continuing to hide. Yi Shiwen. At this time, Qin Lai and the rest of the martial sect people were surprised and happy to see Yi Shiwen. No matter what, Yi Shiwen's appearance would not be to help Jun Dingtian. For them, this was no different from a huge surprise. It's you! Jun Dingtian's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Shiwen. He had seen how Yi Shiwen had slaughtered everyone in the Divine Union, but he did not care. He and Yi Shiwen cared about different things from the beginning. There was no need to make such a tyrannical enemy for no reason. However, given his character, he naturally would not retreat since he had already fought his way to the front door. Yi Shiwen, don't tell me you think that you are a match for me just because you killed some divine union trash. There was an inexplicable smile at the corner of Jun Dingtian's mouth, as if he was mocking Yi Shiwen for overestimating himself. Be it Yi Shiwen or Qin Lai, these peerless geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people seemed so laughable and immature in his eyes. It was a kind of contempt based on the level of life, which had nothing to do with one's strength. It was like a noble son of a rich family looking down on a commoner. The innate sense of superiority had penetrated into his bones, and he looked down on everyone. Yi Shiwen didn't know where Jun Dingtian's confidence came from. Whether it was him or Qin Lai, no one dared to look down on them for being able to reach this stage at such a young age. No one would look down on them no matter if they loved or hated them. However, Jun Dingtian was looking down on them. This was not an act, nor was it from a powerful warrior looking down on a weaker person. It was a sense of superiority based on the level of life. It seems that you are tired of living and have come to die. His voice rumbled like thunder. The entire void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under his voice, causing the surroundings to tremble. Yi Shiwen's eyes narrowed. This was a strong opponent, a very strong opponent. Jun Dingtian stood with his hands behind his back like a reincarnated god. Even his body had a bit of divinity, which was so dazzling that people could not look at him directly. He was cold and emotionless, looking at everything coldly. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen seemed to be dead. At this time, Qin Lai and the others, who were lying on the ground and seriously injured, were even more shocked. They had been suppressed by Jun Dingtian's aura to the point that they could not breathe. If they were in good condition, they might be able to resist, but at this time it seemed that even breathing was very difficult for them. Especially Qin Lai, he was even more shocked. This was the true peak state of Jun Dingtian. Jun Dingtian had only shown his true strength at the end of the battle, and now he was in such a state as soon as he attacked. He intended to kill Yi Shiwen in one go. The rest of the martial arts grandmasters were even more frightened. Even when the battle was at its most intense, they could not really guess how powerful Jun Dingtian was. He was like an invincible god. Even when facing the joint attack of so many martial arts grandmasters and Qin Lai, they could not do anything to him. Although this was because none of them were at the peak of the profound life realm, martial grandmasters were immortal inheritances. No one knew how many unique skills in the martial grandmasters could enhance their combat power. Although it was not as exquisite as the Heavenly Emperor Divine Fist, it was enough to run amok in a region. Even so, they could not do anything to Jun Dingtian. They even suspected that even if there were experts at the peak of the profound life realm present, they would not be a match for him. He stood there alone, his whole body glowing, illuminating the entire hall. At this time, Yi Shiwen just snorted and took a step forward, instantly destroying Jun Dingtian's aura. His figure was like a small boat in a raging storm and huge waves. In front of him were raging waves, but everywhere he passed was calm and tranquil. He had completely suppressed Jun Dingtian's aura all by himself. Interesting. The corner of Jun Dingtian's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that you have made up your mind to die. He squinted his eyes. His eyes were full of killing intent. His blood was boiling, powerful, and cold. Die? Just you? I'm afraid you can't do it. Yi Shiwen seemed to ignore Jun Dingtian's powerful aura. He did not care at all. He just sneered. At this time, these martial grandmasters were shocked by Yi Shiwen's words. Just you? I'm afraid you can't do it. After witnessing Jun Dingtian's tyrannical strength, few people could say such words. Even a genius like Qin Lai had suffered a great loss in the hands of Jun Dingtian. They even dared to say that among the younger generation, there were not many who could compare with Jun Dingtian. Even most of the older generation of warriors would be killed by Jun Dingtian without any suspense. Was he too arrogant or too confident? Whether I can do it or not, We'll know once we try. Jun Dingtian seemed to have no intention to continue wasting time. His eyes were like two sharp swords that shot out, piercing through people's souls. At this moment, a powerful aura swept over like a stormy sea. At this moment, he finally made his move. Whoosh! A shocking sword light slashed horizontally, instantly tearing the vast sky, causing cracks to appear in the void. The sword light surged, looking like a sword that could destroy the world. This sword was extremely fast, as if it was faster than the speed of light. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Yi Shiwen, as if it was going to completely pierce through Yi Shiwen. Those martial grandmasters could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Was Yi Shiwen going to be killed in one move? This was not impossible. In a fight between peak experts, it was not uncommon to see an instant kill. The difference in strength could be determined with a single move. At this moment, Yi Shiwen had already made his move. His hand pulled out a virtual shadow, grabbing a golden long sword, and directly slashed at the sword light. Chapter 1867. Dang! With a deafening roar, the two sides collided, causing the sword chi to overflow in all directions. The sword chi engulfed the mountains and rivers as it swept in all directions, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Yi Shiwen's golden long sword and Jun Dingtian's sword aura collided fiercely. Sparks flew in all directions, and a clanging sound was heard. The sky directly collapsed, and chaos was split apart. The people of Martial's sect were shocked. They were shocked by Jun Dingtian's tyrannical strength. They were also shocked by Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength. He was able to withstand the attack without any damage. He was like a rock, indestructible and unshakable. At the same time, they were shocked that the first wave of battle between the two sides was already so violent. It was unbelievable. Compared to the current battle, even when they besieged Jun Dingtian, they did not cause such a terrifying scene. And at this time, there were already many people in the main hall. Many people heard the sound of the battle and directly came to see such a shocking scene. It was simply shocking. They didn't dare to believe it. Was this really the combat strength that ordinary people could have? The peak of the profound life realm. They have already climbed to the peak of the profound life realm. And I'm afraid they are about to touch the profound death realm. Someone said while trembling with fear. Yi Shiwen had fought against two opponents at the same time, and he had blocked Jianming and Chu Yun's peerless ferocity. They had all seen him as invincible. In fact, they had already listed him as the person that they should not provoke. Now, they saw Jun Dingtian fighting Yi Shiwen to a standstill. This person must be a monster. Although they were all shocked, they had seen different battles before, so the emotions in their hearts were completely different from those of the people from the martial sect. Among the younger generation, I'm afraid these two people are the best. Many people said with emotion, especially the old monsters like them. They had cultivated for many years, but at this time they were surpassed by the younger generation who had not cultivated for many years. At this time, their feelings were unusually complicated. You have some strength, but it's useless. If you did not provoke me, you might be able to live well. Unfortunately, since you have provoked me, you can't live any more. Jun Dingtian sneered and exuded an arrogant and wild aura. He still did not put Yi Shiwen in his eyes. He didn't even take the heroes of the world seriously. I'll cut off your head. Jun Dingtian attacked again. He pointed his sword at Yi Shiwen and charged at him. Yi Shiwen didn't know what kind of inheritance he had obtained for his agility technique. His speed was also extremely fast. In an instant, he directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. With each step, he crushed a part of the sky. Killing intent covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! The momentum was like the collapse of Mount Tai, directly crushing over and instantly chopping over. The sword talisman floating on the sword light directly formed a sword river, as if crossing the river of time, sweeping over. Battle intent pierced through the entire sky, causing everyone in the distance to feel a chill run down their spines, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. This kind of combat power was something they might not be able to achieve even if they cultivated for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Both of them were the strongest competitors on the road to becoming a martial artist. Yi Shiwen also attacked. The golden sword did not give way at all, and the tip of the sword directly pierced over. Ordinary people, even if they were also experts in the profound life realm, would find it extremely difficult to keep up with the eyes. It was as if the sword had transcended space and time, but Yi Shiwen could actually keep up with such speed. Boom! The two long swords collided in the void. Yi Shiwen completely blocked the sword, and at the moment when he blocked the sword, a monstrous sword intent condensed from his body, and then instantly cut through the sky, slashing towards Jun Dingtian. This was him directly forcing out the sword intent that was originally simulated by the special space in his body, directly forcing it to cut towards Jun Dingtian. Jun Dingtian did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. There was an amazing sword intent in his eyes, directly colliding with Yi Shiwen's sword intent. Surprisingly, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. This was a situation that Yi Shiwen had never encountered before. In the past, even if there were opponents who could suppress him in terms of strength, there was absolutely no one who could compete with him in terms of sword intent. Because he already knew that his sword intent was actually left behind by a king in the past. Even if he had only simulated a small part of it, it was still enough to shock people. You want to fight against me with such insignificant skills? Jun Dingtian sneered disdainfully. At this time, after several collisions with Yi Shiwen, he had already discovered that Yi Shiwen's strength was extremely tyrannical, far surpassing the ordinary experts in the peak of the profound life realm. Although he was still very confident in himself, he would not completely look down on Yi Shiwen like before, because at this time, if he looked down on Yi Shiwen again, he would be looking down on himself. Yi Shiwen was nothing, and he, who could not defeat Yi Shiwen in 2 moves, was nothing. The collision between the two immediately caused the sword intent to overflow, directly collapsing into stars. In this gloomy hall, as if the night had fallen, the stars twinkled, and the entire sky was directly enveloped by the sword intent. Both of them had supreme sword principles, and were also the top experts in their respective realms. Deng, deng, deng. Yi Shiwen continuously took a few steps back, and opposite him, Jun Dingtian also directly took a few steps back. In this collision, both sides could be said to be evenly matched. Insignificant skills? If you think this is insignificant, then you can only deceive yourself and others. Yi Shiwen could not help but find it funny, and said coldly. In his heart, there was a little bit of horror. Although he had long known that Jun Dingtian's strength was probably very strong, he absolutely did not expect it to be to such an extent. He had definitely touched the threshold of the profound death realm, and his strength was far superior to ordinary experts at the peak of the profound life realm. If it was not for his continuous comprehension in the ghost heart fire formation, and his understanding of martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds compared to before, he would have been defeated directly by Jun Dingtian. No wonder he was so arrogant, because he indeed had such strength. Even if Qin Lai stepped into the peak of the profound life realm, he would probably not be a match for him. Zhan Ming and Chu Yin would probably be defeated by this person even if they joined forces. Among the younger generation, he had never seen such a tyrannical expert. The famous Zhan Ming, Chu Yin, Qin Lai, and the others were simply not enough in front of him. Glib words and stingy looks. Jun Dingtian was unmoved, and his eyes were incomparably cold. Almost in an instant, he took the initiative to attack again, and it was another ordinary stab. There was no trace of this move at all. Although it seemed to be an ordinary stab, it contained countless principles of sword arts, and could even change its trajectory in an instant. Therefore, in Yi Shiwen's eyes, it seemed to contain countless changes, and in an instant his entire body was locked down. No matter how he tried to escape, he would be enveloped by this sword and would be stabbed to death no matter where he escaped to. His sword arts have actually reached such a high level. Qin Lai was dumbfounded, and at this time he was even more unwilling. He believed that he was not inferior to anyone in the younger generation. Even if Zhan Ming and Chu Yun were a level higher than him, he did not have the slightest bit of worry. He was born in the martial sect, an immortal inheritance that had once produced an emperor. Such a background was enough to make him proud, and it was enough for him to look down on all the heroes. However, he did not expect to suffer such a big loss in the hands of Jun Dingtian. Therefore, whenever he faced Jun Dingtian, he would always pay special attention. At this time, he had to admit that Jun Dingtian was indeed stronger than him, whether he was willing to admit it or not. Yi Shiwen's face was as calm as water. His eyes were like a torch that illuminated thousands of miles, as if he could see through all the changes of Jun Dingtian's sword arts, and he stabbed with his sword. Compared to Jun Dingtian, who only stabbed with his sword, Yi Shiwen's sword light almost drowned the entire sky in an instant, like a raging wave, drowning everything, including Jun Dingtian's sword. Boom! Another loud roar sounded, and in an instant, both sides collided in the void for 1,000 times, then 10,000 times. Jun Dingtian's sword light was very terrifying, and it could tear everything apart. However, it could not do anything against Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's sword light was not ordinary. It looked incomparably dazzling, but it was able to block Jun Dingtian's killing sword every time. His sword arts were like a raging wave, drowning everything. No matter how shocking the sword momentum was, it would be completely annihilated in front of his sword light. There was no other result. Everyone could see that both sides were simply evenly matched. Jun Dingtian was very strong, and Yi Shiwen was not the slightest bit inferior. They were going tit for tat. Many people had doubts in their hearts. Who exactly were these two people? To them, the sudden appearance of these two people was simply too sudden. Although Yi Shiwen had a bit of a reputation because of the previous conflict with the Divine Union, it did not match his strength at all. The same was true for Jun Dingtian. He had some fame, but no one would have thought that under that little bit of fame, there was such a terrifying strength hidden. He was a terrifying existence that could beat all the younger generation to the ground. In time, these two people will be the strongest on the road to proving themselves. Chapter 1868. That's right. Both of them should be geniuses who could prove their Tao in the future. It's been a long time since we've seen a Tao expert. I can't believe it. The skills of these two people have far surpassed many of the older generation of warriors. Many people sighed with emotion. Their strength was not good, but it did not mean that their insight was poor. Many of them had lived for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Their insight could be said to be extremely sharp, and they could see through it at a glance. No, look, Jun Dingtian actually stopped. At this time, everyone saw that Jun Dingtian, who was originally attacking fiercely, suddenly stopped. Could it be that he realized that his fierce attack was useless, so he decided to give up? Jun Dingtian slowly put away the long sword in his hand and stood proudly like a long spear. He said to Yi Shiwen coldly, "You should have just broken through. At this time, you actually dare to use me as your stepping stone and use my sword energy to hone your realm. You're quite bold. Finally, you saw through me," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. "But it's useless. I've already completed the honing." Yes, Yi Shiwen was just using Jun Dingtian's pressure to make a quick breakthrough. The last time he saw Jun Dingtian, he did not have such strength. Now he had already stepped into the peak of the profound life realm and touched the barrier of the profound death realm. Unlike Yi Shiwen, who had just touched this realm, he was more like a veteran who had been immersed in this realm for countless years. Although he was not as sharp as Yi Shiwen, he was more experienced and mellow. This was the direction that Yi Shiwen would work towards in the future. He did not know how Jun Dingtian did it, But it was very clear that if he could not achieve it, then he was very likely to be defeated by Jun Dingtian. Therefore, he had to defeat Jun Dingtian within a limited time and improve his strength to the same level as him. Now that he had reached the realm, all he needed was accumulation, and there was no time for him to do that. Everyone present was completely numb. They were almost scared to death. If they were in Jun Dingtian's shoes, they would have been killed by either of them. But Yi Shiwen could use Jun Dingtian's sword light to hone his cultivation. He was not a human, but a monster. Although this was also because the difference in their realms was similar, it was still very shocking. What a joke. Do you think you're my opponent just because you look like this? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Jun Dingtian's words shocked everyone. He hadn't even used his full strength. While everyone was still in shock, Jun Dingtian suddenly moved. His sword light instantly tore through the air. Swish! Wave after wave of sword light burst out of his body. Suddenly, countless sword principles manifested in his body. A heavy sword without a sharp edge, a skillful way of the sword, an incomparably sharp sword dao that could pierce through everything. It was a sword dao that could destroy heaven and earth. Any one of these sword daos that could be chosen to reach the pinnacle of the dao actually appeared in his body. It was common knowledge that the more complex a martial art was, the more difficult it would be to cultivate to the peak. Yi Shiwen was a pure freak. He was a weirdo. He had that mysterious space. So, he could quickly master any kind of martial art. Moreover, he could grasp the essence of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to practice so casually. Perhaps he would have chosen to practice in the direction of swordsmanship or bladesmanship. He was very clear that everyone's energy was limited. It was impossible to learn all the martial arts by himself. He didn't have the time to do so unless he had a long time to verify them one by one after he proved Dao. Yi Shiwen saw all kinds of sword principles emerging all at once. There were as many as 3,000 sword principles. It was simply sensational. All the sword principles that Yi Shiwen had seen before could be found here. Even the sword principles that Yi Shiwen had never seen or heard of before could emerge from his body. How is this possible? At this time, even Yi Shiwen couldn't believe it. Any one of the sword principles here had great potential. If cultivated to the peak, there was a possibility of proving Dao. Moreover, the most important thing was that he could see that Jun Dingtian didn't just cultivate casually. He had clearly cultivated these sword principles to an astonishing level. He was more terrifying than any sword Dao genius that Yi Shiwen had seen before. Any ordinary person who cultivated to this level would be considered a genius, let alone so many of them gathered together. This meant that he alone was equivalent to 3,000 sword Dao geniuses. This was completely beyond Yi Shiwen's imagination. Even if he had the mysterious space, he couldn't do this. Although it was only a category of sword principles, he knew that he couldn't do it. It wasn't that the mysterious space couldn't do it, but he didn't have enough resources to cultivate. The mysterious space was very powerful, but it also had a fatal flaw. No matter what martial arts it deduced, it would consume a lot of resources. The more powerful the martial arts, the more resources it would consume. If any of the 3,000 sword daos were to be cultivated to this level, even he would be completely impoverished. Moreover, it was impossible for him to cultivate the 3,000 sword principles. No matter how peerless a genius was, it was impossible for him to reach this level at his age, even if he cultivated and comprehended day and night. His face finally turned ugly. Jun Dingtian's level had completely exceeded his imagination. In fact, none of the opponents he had met before could be compared to Jun Dingtian. It wasn't the gap in strength, but the gap in the comprehension of martial arts. Zhan Ming and Chu Yin couldn't be compared to him at all. Qin Lai's face turned pale all of a sudden, as if the faith in his heart had collapsed. He was a proud person, and he had always felt that he was the best among his peers. Even when he was defeated by Jun Dingtian He only felt that his realm was not as good as Jun Dingtian's. He did not think that he was inferior to Jun Dingtian. However, with Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles, he suddenly understood the gap between him and Jun Dingtian. It wasn't a gap in realm, but a gap in essence. Even if he had reached the peak of the profound life realm and touched the peak of the profound death realm, he was still not comparable to Jun Dingtian, who had comprehended the 3,000 sword principles. How could this be? How could this be? Was everything I insisted on before wrong? Qin Lai murmured to himself in disbelief. One could imagine the impact it had on his heart. He originally thought that he was in the same realm, but in fact he was far ahead of him. It was like the difference between a car with 4 wheels and a top brand like a Bentley or Rolls-Royce. Qin Lai was greatly shocked, and the others were also in disbelief. If an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years had such cultivation and comprehension, they might be able to accept it. After all, it could be improved with time. However, although they couldn't accurately judge Jun Dingtian's age, they knew that he was definitely not more than 1,000 years old. If so, how powerful was his talent? It was simply unbelievable. Could there really be such a monster in this world? If Qin Lai, Yi Shiwen, and the others were geniuses, then Jun Dingtian was a monster that only appeared once in hundreds of thousands of years. It was terrifying, and it made people lose all confidence. Yi Shiwen's eyes were constantly flickering, and his body was also trembling. He had always been the one to shock others like this. He had the mysterious space, and ordinary geniuses were nothing in front of him. Just like Zhan Ming and Chu Yin, he was not afraid of anyone in the same realm. Today, he really saw what a monster was. Jun Dingtian could be so terrifying that it was enough to scare people to death. With the 3,000 sword principles, even experts in the profound death realm would not be a match for him. More importantly, from this, Yi Shiwen could see that Jun Dingtian's ambition was far beyond that of anyone he had met before. It was said that there were 3,000 great ways, and those who obtained one of them could attain eternal life. The sword principle was also one of the 3,000 great ways, and Jun Dingtian had cultivated the 3,000 great ways of the sword principle. Was he going to condense the 3,000 great ways of the sword principle? If this continued and he really succeeded, he would probably become a world-shocking expert. There was even a voice in his heart that told him that Jun Dingtian was even more terrifying than the Abyss Devil Lord. The only difference was that Jun Dingtian had not grown up yet. No wonder he didn't even look at Yi Shiwen, Qin Lai, and the others. It turned out that they were not at the same level. Would a human look at an ant? Although he was very unwilling to come to this conclusion, he could not deny that Jun Dingtian, who had condensed the 3,000 great ways of the sword principles, was indeed a monster. However, a sudden thought flashed in his mind. Such a tyrannical Jun Dingtian actually had an enemy, a female enemy. Just how tyrannical was this female enemy that Jun Dingtian was so afraid of? That was why Jun Dingtian had previously said that the people from the Heaven Wasteland Palace were not worthy to fight with this female enemy, and that she would kill them in an instant. Now that he thought about it, Kong Anping realized that Jun Dingtian was not exaggerating, but it was simply the truth. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel the blood in his body boiling. He did not expect that there would be so many experts among his peers, experts that were far beyond his imagination. It was getting more and more interesting, and he would not be so lonely anymore. Among my peers, you are the first one besides her to make me use the 3,000 sword principles. But to die under the 3,000 sword principles, you should be able to smile in the underworld. Chapter 1869. Seeing Jun Dingtian using the 3,000 great ways, everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. No matter which camp they were from, they couldn't help but be frightened when they saw such a monster. The strength of Yi Shiwen and Qin Lai was still within the scope of their understanding, but Jun Dingtian's strength was far beyond their imagination. It could even be said that he was 100 times more terrifying than the most terrifying genius that they had imagined him to be. Whoosh! 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 One after another, the laws condensed and flew out. The 3,000 sword principles all manifested behind him, densely packed, covering the entire sky, shaking all directions. He stood in the void, and all the 3,000 sword principles condensed behind him, condensing into an incomparably powerful big sword. For a moment, the whole world was incomparably dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. All the Tao was suppressed, and some were even directly crushed. There was a terrible momentum, as if all the flowers were killed when the flower bloomed. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the increasingly terrifying aura was unceasingly crushing down on him. Even his qi was being suppressed and restrained by the net of lust. Such a terrible pressure almost immediately aroused Yi Shiwen's continuous resistance. The golden divinity in his body was unwilling to receive such pressure. It instantly boiled, burned wildly, and surged with a shocking momentum. It actually faintly resisted Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles. Yi Shiwen is also very strong. Look, he can actually withstand the pressure of the 3,000 sword principles. It's already shocking to be able to do this. If it wasn't for Jun Dingtian, Yi Shiwen might even have a chance to prove his Tao. In the future, he might very well become a corpse on the road of proving his Tao. Yes, that's right. He can withstand it now, but he's already at his limit. When Jun Dingtian makes his move, I'm afraid Yi Shiwen will completely collapse on the spot. Even I feel a sense of fear just by looking at it from afar. You can imagine how terrifying the 3,000 sword principles are, and what kind of pressure Yi Shiwen is facing now. If it wasn't for the formation and barrier that the Lord of Darkness had set up, I'm afraid this battle would have ended in a complete collapse. But what's the origin of this Jun Dingtian? Yi Shiwen is somewhat famous, but I've never heard of this Jun Dingtian. He's a monster, he's a monster. You're able to withstand the coercion of my 3,000 sword principles. That alone is enough to put you at the top of your generation. Unfortunately, you've met me. I'm fundamentally different from you guys. Do you understand? Jun Dingtian seemed to be interested in talking to Yi Shiwen. It was rare for him to be willing to talk to Yi Shiwen. Different? What's the difference? Although I don't know which race you belong to, you're still far from it. Yi Shiwen stirred up the surging golden divinities to resist the coercion of Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles. You're digging your own grave. I don't mind telling you how you think the Lord of Darkness died. He died in my hands, Jun Dingtian said coldly. Are you kidding me? I'm afraid the Lord of Darkness could kill you with just one look. Yi Shiwen had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He sneered. Humph. How would you stupid mortals know that I'm the reincarnation of a deity? The Lord of Darkness died after my 3,000 sword principles broke his law and shattered his divine kingdom. How dare you compare yourselves to me? As my memory gradually recovers, I'll soon regain my previous strength. The gap between you and me will only get bigger and bigger. Jun Dingtian finally revealed a shocking secret. Everyone was stunned. They were a little scared out of their wits, not daring to believe what their ears had just heard. Reincarnation of a deity? Was there really a reincarnation of a deity in this world? Everyone couldn't believe it. They knew that deities existed, but they were just experts who had proven their Tao. However, that was a long, long time ago. Even in the Xian world, how many people had actually seen a deity? Even legends about deities were few and far between. Even if they were divine sons or those who had awakened the bloodline of the gods, they were already very rare. And these people were the experts who supported the entire profound world. These people were more or less related to the deities. They could become the top experts in the world by relying on some martial arts, magic treasures, or other wealth left by the deities. These people were only related to the deities. No one knew what the real reincarnation of a deity was like. Over the years, there had been all kinds of legends about the reincarnation of deities and goddesses. Many top geniuses were also crowned with the title of the reincarnation of a deity. However, it was often proven that these gimmicks were just gimmicks. They were not true at all. No one had ever really admitted that they were the reincarnation of a deity. At most, they had obtained some inheritance of a deity by chance. This was the first time they heard of such a thing. Once the news spread, the whole world would go crazy. No matter how reserved the experts in the Xian world were, they would go crazy when it was related to the Tao validation or deities. In the profound world, as long as it was related to Tao, proving, or eternal life, everyone would go crazy. Just like the inheritance of the Lord of undead spirits. Even though everyone knew that most of them had no chance and might even die prematurely due to the corrosion of the death chi here, they still came here without hesitation because they had no other choice. They had no other choice but to give it their all. It was conceivable that once the news spread, even Jun Dingtian would be endlessly hunted down, unless he had the protection of a colossus like the Heaven Wasteland Palace. But for now, he didn't seem to have a strong background. He didn't understand it before, but now he seemed to be able to understand it. If he was really the reincarnation of a god, then he wouldn't need the guidance of others, nor would he need the protection of other forces. He could stand on his own. However, he hadn't grown up yet. So where did his confidence come from? Everyone was pondering over this question. Almost at this moment, everyone seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly they were shocked. Could it be that he wants to slaughter all of us? Indeed, if everyone here were to die, then this news would naturally not be leaked. If they hadn't thought of this possibility before, they suddenly thought of it now. Based on the strength that Jun Dingtian had shown, it wasn't impossible. On the contrary, it was quite possible. Thinking of this, everyone's face suddenly turned pale. If Jun Dingtian really had such an idea, then they wouldn't be able to escape today no matter what. With the cultivation of the 3,000 sword principles, even an expert in the profound death realm wouldn't be able to withstand it. I've seen too many of you so-called geniuses in my previous and current lives. Those who can truly cross the threshold of Tao validation are few and far between. Those who can't are all trash. Jun Dingtian said bluntly, "That's right." For him, there was no such thing as a genius. The only difference was whether or not one could achieve Tao validation. Everything else was the same. They were all ants. There was no difference. At this time, thousands of thoughts flashed through Yi Shiwen's mind, constantly combining into useful information. From Jun Dingtian's words, it wasn't difficult to determine that the death of the Lord of Darkness had a lot to do with him. However, why didn't he take away the Lord of Darkness's treasury after killing him? If he was really a deity, then it shouldn't be difficult. Then there was only one possibility left. He couldn't do it. What could make a deity unable to do it for countless years? The result was obvious. There was only one result that corresponded with his reincarnation, and that was that he also passed away. In that battle, both sides should have suffered great losses. The Lord of Darkness passed away, while Jun Dingtian was slightly better. He didn't die completely. His original spirit should have reincarnated. This was the only possibility that could explain the current situation. In the face of Jun Dingtian's aggressive attitude, he was very clear that Jun Dingtian wanted to completely destroy his mental defense in order to achieve the effect of subduing him without a fight. Whether or not we can achieve Tao validation can only be determined by time. However, even if you did, so what? Didn't you still die? What's the difference between you and us ants in your eyes? Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. You're just a loser. What qualifications do you have to be so noisy? Jun Dingtian's expression suddenly changed. From just now until now, he had been looking down on ants. He didn't care about what the others said at all. However, Yi Shiwen's words had firmly poked his soft spot. Indeed, he used to be incomparably glorious. However, what was the use of that? That was many, many years ago. It wasn't the present anymore. So what if he achieved Tao validation? After countless years, he still died. What was the difference between him and those mortals who turned into a cup of soil? I think you're really tired of living. Jun Dingtian immediately stopped talking to Yi Shiwen. The long sword in his hand instantly pierced out. In the void, endless power swept in all directions. The sword aura tore the sky and went straight for Yi Shiwen's head. Chapter 1870. Jun Dingtian was completely infuriated by Yi Shiwen. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to eliminate Yi Shiwen in an instant. The sword essences surged and formed an overwhelming momentum, enveloping Yi Shiwen completely, not giving him any chance to breathe. Boom! Yi Shiwen raised his hand and stabbed with his sword. Boom! A loud roar swept across the area. Sword Qi and Golden Sword will overflowed in the void. This was a terrifying power that was boiling. Yi Shiwen's long sword that was condensed from the golden divinity in his hand was destroyed in an instant. Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles were too overbearing. They contained almost all sword principles. Any kind of sword essences could be found in his 3,000 sword principles. As soon as he attacked, it was overwhelming. After he attacked with all his strength, Yi Shiwen realized that Jun Dingtian's skill was far above his. Although it was not as exaggerated as 3,000 times, it was far beyond Yi Shiwen's. He could not believe it at first. With the degree of his tyrant body, it could be said to be one of the most perfect bodies in the world. He would not lose to anyone in the same realm. However, he could not catch up with Jun Dingtian's skill. Jun Dingtian's long sword was only slightly offset by Yi Shiwen's attack, but it still went straight towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen took advantage of this slight opening. His body turned into a ball of golden light and dodged the attack. When he reappeared, he was already far away. His eyes were extremely cold. Jun Dingtian's strength was too strong. He was stronger than anyone he had fought before. There was a flash of wisdom in his eyes. The mysterious space in his body was constantly analyzing Jun Dingtian's situation. Yi Shiwen wanted to find the reason why Jun Dingtian was so overbearing. He did not believe that Jun Dingtian's physique cultivation technique was so much more overbearing than the tyrant body. How could it contain such a powerful skill? It was almost impossible for someone at the peak of the profound life realm to do so. There must be some special method. Jun Dingtian did not give him any chance to breathe. He attacked again with his sword. The 3,000 sword principles were like the sands of the Ganges River. They were dense and endless. They swept over in an instant. Endless sword Qi surged out from his body. This won't do. I won't be able to analyze anything like this. I can only fight him with all my strength. Only then will I be able to discover the secret of his strength. Only then will I be able to improve further. Although Yi Shiwen was facing such a tyrannical attack, his eyes were extremely calm, without a trace of panic. It was as if everything in Jun Dingtian was within his calculations. At this moment, he was not like a human at all, but a huge computer, a supercomputer. His clothes were cut by the sword Qi, and the sword condensed from the sword in his hand swept in all directions. It was almost natural and there were no flaws. In other words, the sword will that he had inherited from the king was not inferior to Jun Dingtian's sword will in essence. It was just that he had not perfected it yet. However, there was still a huge gap between their skills. Every stroke of Jun Dingtian's sword could kill an expert at the peak of the profound life realm. Even an ordinary expert at the peak of the profound life realm would not be able to react in time. Clang! Yi Shiwen barely managed to block Jun Dingtian's sword. The golden sword in his hand was completely shattered again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Everyone's faces were gloomy. At this time, all of their hopes were on Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen couldn't defeat Jun Dingtian, they would probably be annihilated today. The reason why they didn't escape at this time was not because they trusted Yi Shiwen, but because they found that they had been firmly locked by Jun Dingtian's divine thoughts. They had absolute reason to believe that if they dared to escape, they would probably be killed by Jun Dingtian's sword. Jun Dingtian was only focusing on Yi Shiwen, but it did not mean that he did not have the strength to do so. They dared not take the risk. Therefore, at this time, they could only hope that Yi Shiwen could perform amazingly. However, after seeing Yi Shiwen being sent flying and killed by the sword, everyone's faces suddenly fell. Although they had already expected it, they still could not accept it when they saw it. Jun Dingtian had hidden his strength before, so they could not see anything. But now, with his full strength, Yi Shiwen, the peerless demon who had fought against two people at once, held back Zhanming and Chu Yin, and almost killed them, was actually no match for him. Their future was simply bleak, but now was not the time to completely lose hope, so they did not take any action yet. What should we do? How long can Yi Shiwen last? I have already sent out a distress signal, but even if they know the news, they can't rush over in such a short time. By the time they get here, our corpses will probably be cold for a long time. Although Yi Shiwen is amazing, he is just a mortal after all. How can he be compared with the reincarnation of a god? Yes, the reincarnation of such an ancient big shot has all kinds of innate advantages that ordinary people do not have. As long as they get their memories back, their martial arts experience will soon come in handy. For them, the obstacles of the realm do not exist at all. As long as they can quickly accumulate skills, their cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. Yes, no wonder we have never heard of Jun Dingtian before. When we were paying attention to him previously, he had just stepped into the profound life realm. How long has it been? And he has actually stepped into the peak of the profound life realm. It's incredible. I have never seen such a terrifying cultivation speed. You overestimate yourself. Jun Dingtian sneered and blasted Yi Shiwen away with his sword. He felt like he had taken a deep breath and felt much better all of a sudden. The suffocating feeling of being stabbed in the ribs by Yi Shiwen just now was also much better. His next wave of attack had almost arrived in the blink of an eye, not giving Yi Shiwen any chance to breathe. In terms of martial arts experience, he was much more profound than Yi Shiwen. How could he make such a mistake and let the tiger return to the mountain? His sword momentum was getting more and more terrifying with each wave. The 3,000 sword principles were completely materialized, crushing everything in front of him. Just when his sword was about to slash Yi Shiwen in half, Yi Shiwen's body suddenly burst with the light of the power of life and death, which turned into a picture scroll to block in front of him. Clang! A loud roar sounded, and the sword intent slashed the yin-yang life and death pattern, directly causing violent fluctuations. Even the yin-yang life and death pattern faintly let out a mournful cry, as if it could feel how terrifying this sword was. No, if this goes on, even the yin-yang life and death pattern might not be able to hold on. Yi Shiwen's eyes were filled with horror. Jun Dingtian's attack was much more powerful than he had imagined. Much more powerful than he had imagined. Yin-yang life and death pattern. Isn't this the magic treasure of that old man? Why is it in your hands? Although it's incomplete, it's enough. As soon as Jun Dingtian saw the yin-yang life and death pattern, the distant memory that had been dormant in his mind suddenly awakened. He suddenly remembered the origin of the yin-yang life and death pattern, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The yin-yang life and death pattern was a well-known existence even among the divine tools. Even a top figure like Jun Dingtian had heard of it and coveted it. If it weren't for the fact that the owner of the yin-yang life and death pattern was so powerful, the yin-yang life and death pattern would have caused a war. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. It seems that the day of my rebirth is just around the corner. Jun Dingtian laughed to his heart's content. He was really lucky today. He didn't expect to get the flag of the Lord of Darkness and the yin-yang illustration of life and death. It seemed that there was always a way out. He had already proven his Tao, yet he had still died. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him, who had his eyes on the top of his head. Every person who could prove their Tao was not only skilled in martial arts and had reached the acme of perfection. More importantly, Every one of them had a long luck and could survive after experiencing all kinds of battles. However, once a god fell, it meant that their boundless luck had been used up, and it was extremely difficult to make a comeback. Although his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, as if he was sitting on a rocket, he actually didn't have much confidence that he could prove his Tao again. Luck was something that was hard to predict. If the heavens didn't give it to you, it would be useless no matter how hard you worked. Now that he was able to obtain 2 incomplete divine tools, it was enough to prove that the heavens still cared for him. How could he not be happy? Although he hadn't gotten his hands on the 2 incomplete divine tools, to him, they were already in the bag. The only difference was when he would get them. If you want to get them, exchange them with your life. Just when he was feeling proud, Yi Shiwen's cold voice suddenly appeared behind him. He didn't know when, but Yi Shiwen had already touched his back. A terrifying force swept out instantly. The sword intent traversed the sky and directly slammed down on Jun Dingtian's head. When did he get there? Everyone was extremely shocked because they didn't realize that Yi Shiwen's movements were so fast. It seemed like he was still far away a moment ago, but suddenly he was behind Jun Dingtian. Was there still a possibility of a comeback? Chapter 1871. Hope was ignited in everyone's hearts. Yi Shiwen was their only hope at this moment. The consequences would be unimaginable if Yi Shiwen was defeated. While everyone was still in shock, the sword in Yi Shiwen's hand had already approached Jun Dingtian's head, as if it would blow him up in the next second. At this moment, Jun Dingtian suddenly turned his body with lightning speed. He waved his hand and a shocking sword light sprayed out, as if he was going to cut Yi Shiwen in half alive. It's useless. Do you think you can defeat me with such a sneak attack? A disdainful smile flashed across Jun Dingtian's mouth. He did not take Yi Shiwen seriously at all. Absolute strength gave him absolute tyrannical means. He was not afraid of Yi Shiwen's tricks at all. It was just like how Sun Wukong could never get out of Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Clang! 2 huge sword lights fiercely slashed together in the void. Unsurprisingly, Jun Dingtian's sword intention directly obliterated Yi Shiwen's sword intention. Then it continued to sweep across, as if it was going to cut Yi Shiwen in half in an instant. However, at this moment, Yi Shiwen seemed to be prepared for it. He directly turned into a ball of golden light, causing the sword to slash the air. In the distance, Yi Shiwen's figure appeared with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had forcibly suppressed his injury in exchange for this opportunity to attack. However, it was useless. As he had expected, Jun Dingtian's strength was far beyond his. Such a small trick would not work. Just like when Zhan Ming and Chu Yun teamed up to deal with him, it was useless. They were no match for him at all. Even when the 2 of them teamed up, it was useless. This was the crushing of absolute strength. Even so, he did not stop. He took a step forward and disappeared in midair. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Jun Dingtian. The tip of his sword directly slashed at Jun Dingtian from a tricky angle. Clang! A loud sound of metal colliding directly announced that Yi Shiwen's sneak attack this time was useless. However, it seemed as if Yi Shiwen would never get tired. The moment this wave of offensive had just stopped, the next wave of offensive had already pounced on him to kill. Clang! 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 The silhouettes of both sides were constantly emitting astonishing collision sounds in the void. Yi Shiwen was constantly blasted out, but every time he was blasted out, he would stubbornly climb back up and relaunch his charge. In the eyes of the crowd, he was like Don Quixote already stupid. This Yi Shiwen is crazy. It's obviously useless. Why is he still launching attacks? Some people were puzzled. They could see that Jun Dingtian's strength was far beyond Yi Shiwen's. In other words, no matter how many times Yi Shiwen attacked, he wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. But he still did it. What was the reason? Many people didn't understand. Is he crazy? It's impossible for him to find Jun Dingtian's flaw. Jun Dingtian might have a flaw, but Yi Shiwen can't find it. Many people present had the same opinion. They were all experts with rich experience, so they could see it clearly. No, it's the opposite. It's precisely because he's not Jun Dingtian's opponent that he has to take the initiative. He's already not Jun Dingtian's opponent. If he can't take the initiative, even the rhythm of the battle will fall into Jun Dingtian's control. That's really hopeless, Qin Lai said with a frown. At this time, he had already taken advantage of the battle between Yi Shiwen and Jun Dingtian to recuperate. Although he couldn't leave, it didn't prevent him from analyzing the battle between the two. In all fairness, both of them were called the heroes of their generation. Either one of them was far above him. If he were to fight with Yi Shiwen now, the outcome would probably be similar to the current battle between Yi Shiwen and Jun Dingtian. It was a pity that there was a saying, since there's a Yu, there's also a Liang. Since there's Yi Shiwen, there's also an even more monstrous existence, like Jun Dingtian. After knowing that Jun Dingtian was the reincarnation of a god, his heart suddenly felt balanced. Although he might not be very old, the reincarnation of a god couldn't be calculated with normal logic. When he recovered his memories and martial arts experience, he would be equivalent to a genius who had cultivated for countless years. How could ordinary people be his opponent? This was also a matter of course, not to mention that Jun Dingtian was once a god. However, he could still see that Yi Shiwen's imposing aura was gradually weakening. Every time he was sent flying, his injuries would worsen, his imposing aura would weaken, and his movements would gradually slow down. How could he not see it? Yi Shiwen took the initiative to attack, and indeed seized the initiative of the battle. However, Huangfang's strength was too far apart. Yi Shiwen's defeat was only a matter of time. It was nothing more than delaying this time to a later period of time. Jun Dingtian, who was in the middle of the battlefield, was even more surprised. As the saying goes, the onlookers see the game more clearly. In fact, at this time, there was no one who knew the current situation better than him. He had never been lenient in his attacks, although the rhythm of the battle was controlled by Yi Shiwen. In fact, if one didn't have enough tyrannical strength, controlling the rhythm of the battle would become a joke. It was simply impossible. If it were an ordinary profound life realm, it would be useless to imitate Yi Shiwen's tactics. He would be directly pierced by his sword and killed directly. There was no other outcome. Yi Shiwen's tenacity had already exceeded his imagination to be able to persist until now with injuries. Whether it was physical strength, speed, or understanding of martial arts, Yi Shiwen could be said to be the best among his peers. If he hadn't met Jun Dingtian, it was indeed possible for him to prove his Tao. However, this was only a possibility. There were many corpses on the road to prove his Tao. It was enough to have Jun Dingtian alone. Thinking of this, he was no longer anxious. How could he not see what Qin Lai could see? Yi Shiwen was just a cornered beast fighting, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. As he thought of this, his movements were not the slightest bit slow. All kinds of amazing moves, sword essences, and sword techniques that had never been seen or heard of were directly displayed. It was like mercury spilling on the ground, pouring out in torrents, and splitting the vast sky. The battle between the two completely shattered the void. Both sides had gone crazy, especially Yi Shiwen, who didn't hold back at all. The tyrannical strength of his tyrant body was also reflected incisively and vividly at this time. He was like a crazy demon, constantly attacking, seizing the initiative of the battle, and delaying the time of his defeat. As the others had guessed, Yi Shiwen was indeed delaying time. However, it wasn't because he was delaying time for defeat, but because he was analyzing the reason why Jun Dingtian was so tyrannical. He seemed to be a crazy demon, attacking Jun Dingtian without a moment's pause. He was blasted away, rushed up again, and was blasted away again. He kept repeating this process for who knew how many times. Both sides were left in the void, and many people couldn't see clearly anymore. The tempest wings behind him were also unreservedly displayed. Without the tempest wings, it would be impossible for him to keep up with the speed of Jun Dingtian's swordsmanship. However, if anyone could see his eyes, they would find that they were extremely calm. Jun Dingtian was extremely calm because he was sure that he would win, while Yi Shiwen's heart was as still as water, unaffected by everything, without the slightest fluctuation. He was like an emotionless robot, constantly calculating. Time, time! Yi Shiwen shouted in his heart. He needed time now. Through the crazy collisions with Jun Dingtian, he seemed to have finally grasped the mystery of Jun Dingtian's strength. It was just like following the vines to the melon. He wanted to find out the mystery, and the mystery that would make his strength to the next level. However, time waited for no man. His physical condition was getting worse. Although he was extremely calm, like a robot, he was very clear about his own physical condition. Even with the tyrannical tyrant body, he was not far from collapsing. Time, he needed time. Unfortunately, when he needed time, time waited for no one. Yi Shiwen's injuries were constantly worsening. Although he was forcibly suppressing his injuries and fighting with Jun Dingtian, it couldn't delay the injuries of his body. This was under the condition that he had the Phoenix regeneration technique to heal himself. Without the Phoenix regeneration technique, even with the tyrant body, he would have collapsed long ago. Time passed minute by minute. Everyone's heart gradually sank. Yi Shiwen's whole body seemed to be soaked in blood. Blood was gushing out from every pore of his body. This was a sign that his internal organs had been shaken. His whole body looked like a bloody man, and his movements were getting slower and slower. It seemed like he had really reached his limit, completely at his limit, and was about to collapse. I finally figured it out. Yi Shiwen let out a loud shout, and his entire body was sent flying. But this time he simply couldn't get up. He fell heavily on the ground, and directly created a big pit. He was even more miserable than Qinlai. Is everything going to end? Everyone thought, unwillingly. This was not only Yi Shiwen's failure, but also the death of all of them. At this time, only Yi Shiwen was still persevering. The real elemental energy in his body was constantly circulating, trying to break through, trying to make himself stronger. Although I don't know what you figured out, it's useless. Go to hell. Jun Dingtian directly sprinkled out a shocking sword light and slashed at Yi Shiwen.